Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with you guys tonight. Thank you all so much for joining again. I know that we had a live stream earlier today and went over some Mackenzie Sharilla uh, information or interviews. They've been doing a lot of interviews, Dominic's sister, and also um, her father, right? Mackenzie Sharilla's father has been making his rounds and doing interviews with anybody that will listen to his lies. So we did that earlier. Definitely go check it out. Um, but tonight I'd like to get back to Sebastian Rogers and the truth in Chris and Katie's lies. So I made a video a while back, and it was basically going over 17 mistakes. Now, I think there's more than just 17, but I named off 17 mistakes that I believe um, were very prevalent in Sebastian Rogers' case. And the reason why Chris and Katie probably should have been arrested by now, right? Because they made tons of mistakes. I mean, there's more than 17, but I only made a video about 17 of them, and I believe it was when Sebastian turned 17, and that's the reason I picked that number. But there's many, many more that we can talk about and discuss tonight. So I'd like to do that, going back to the beginning again, because I think that we're going to find more answers there than we will these days, right? Nobody's been talking. I mean, Seth has come up on my panel. He was on a panel also with Army Vet, but it's a really long live, so I just wanted to kind of condense it down and show that also too. So I would definitely like to share that with you guys. I just don't have it ready for you just yet. So we'll get right into it tonight. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm so sorry I have to mute for a second. Okay, I'm sorry, you guys. Sometimes Django gets a little bit whiny, and I don't want him. He has like a high pitch, like that he does, and I don't want that in my microphone. I'm so sorry about that. Um, and so I'm sorry. I kind of lost my train of thought of what I was saying. Um, ugh. Okay, so anyway, let me share this with you guys. Just give me 1 second, and I'll get it back up on our screen here. So around this time, Katie did a live stream with Duchess for the Missing, right? That's her go-to channel that she goes to spread her lies and manipulations, in my opinion. And so I believe that's why she went there on the anniversary. They did some sort of thing for autism, and then it ended up falling through. I guess they were supposed to do a fundraiser and raise money, but then they never did get the money to the Autism Awareness Foundation, is where they were alleging that they were going to send the money to. Big surprise, right? A big shocker. um, so that's what we're dealing with Chris and Katie Proudfoot, and it's been that way since the beginning. It's just been um, nonstop nonsense from them, right? Bubba, did you fall out of the bed, Bubba? And all this BS back and forth. So, 17 mistakes they made in Sebastian Rogers' case. And they're not in any particular order. I mean, I guess I should have done that when I was looking back in the video. I'm like, oh, I guess I should have put them in order, but it doesn't really matter. They're all mistakes, and it's all a chance for them to get caught. But the problem is some of the mistakes that were not made by Katie and Chris Proudfoot. Many of them were made by law enforcement, in my opinion, and that's very unfortunate. Hello, Gail. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. And Marion is here. Hey, guys, and everyone in the bushes that's not chatting. I guess people are not chatty lately. I haven't seen anybody really chatting too much in here. which is really odd. It's kind of like the Twilight Zone over here these days. I don't know what's going on, but welcome in. And if you're in the bushes, feel free to drop a line in the chat. We don't bite over here. It's not going to kill you. Um, Robini, good to see you. Thank you for being here. So, um, oh, Robini, I didn't even think of that actually. I'm like, okay, so maybe you guys are watching from a TV and you can't chat. Um, thank you for being here. Hey, Witchy Mama, good to see you too, and thank you for being here. Let's see here. I think let me change this graphic over because I can't. I want to put your guys' chats up there, but I can't see them. Um, I can't really see them on the screen. Hold on a second. And I like to do that for you guys. Um, with the graphics here. Oh, I think it's in this one. Okay, here we go. So let's try to do this one because I think this one is probably a good one because I used the round one before. We'll change it to green. But yeah, so 1 minute here. Okay, there we go. And all right, that should be good right there. And Rabini says that she watches on the TV. There we go. That's a little bit better. At least you guys can see it better now. Hey, Libra, good to see you. And Bo is here. Hey, Bo, good to see ya. So, a lot to get into. Hey, Valley Gale, there's people in the chat. I was like, are you guys? See, I just switched systems, so I'm like, maybe something is with that, and people can't chat in here or something because it was weird earlier too. So I don't know what the hell's going on, but wonderful, fantastic. And I'd like to just start this out really quick, and I'm not going to play the volume on it. If there's no talking or anything in it, but it's mostly um, just kind of like a slideshow, right? So yeah, this is Sebastian's 17th birthday that we did the 17 mistakes that were made. And number one, the first thing that comes to my mind is the shoes. I think the shoes have always been a big point of contention, a big point of speculation, and also one of the biggest mistakes they made. Good evening, Show Poodles. Good to see you. Um, this whole time, Chris and Katie have maintained that none of Sebastian's shoes were missing from the house, right? And that's the reason why they believe that he, quote, walked out that door barefoot. And that was always really odd to me, especially once I could see the terrain and what we were dealing with. Even before I went there, um, oh, I'm sorry, Libra. I sent it to the Discord. Did I send it to the wrong person? I hope I didn't. Um, oh, let me see here. No, I think it's in the Yeah, I sent it to the Discord for you. Um, give me 1 second. I'm sorry, I'm getting used to this. Oh, and I did upload our photo too that we wanted to show you guys, which is quite funny. Um, okay, so that one should have went through. I might have tried to send it before I was linked up. Sometimes my computer will kick me off of the Wi-Fi for some reason, and I have to redo it. So, but yeah, with Sebastian's shoes, that has been one of the biggest points of speculation, and for good reason. The terrain is very rough and rugged. It goes from, a subdivision to there was a subdivision that was new builds, right? And then you have wooded areas are surrounding that, right? But then there's also the school up the road a little bit, the fire station where they set up the mobile command center. That's all in the same area, and if Sebastian would have taken the main roads, I would have thought that somebody would have spotted him. Although it is very dark in the area at night, there's not a lot of well lit areas. So I think that's another big thing. And don't forget too that Chris and Katie moved into that neighborhood, Victoria Hills subdivision, or excuse me, Victoria Place, excuse me, Victoria Place subdivision. They moved into that neighborhood in the fall of 2022. So I think that is something to think about, right? An area where maybe it would be easier to get away with things because it is so dark. Now, the school is really well lit, right? They have a whole football field and um, that sort of thing, right there. Um, and so, in that regard, I think it's safe to say that, if anything went down over there, it might have been caught. They also have cameras that are set up um, in that area too. Katie's car was seen driving um, in the parking lot of the school that morning, but of course her windows were all rolled up. So that is something that is very suspicious because if you're looking for someone in the neighborhood, even if it was your dog, you would be looking with your windows rolled down, right? You would be hollering out the window, Sebastian, where are you? Same thing with an animal. Same thing goes for that. So, hey, Keenan, Captain Jules, good to see you, and hey, Jilly. So, there is there's that, which is concerning. All of it's concerning, really. Um, Oh, here we go. We got Libra up here. All right, hold on one second. Let me go ahead and add you to the stage here. There we go. Hey, Libra, how are you?
Boom shaka laka 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 laka. Hello.
Hello.
Hi
How
lady.
are you doing?
Well, I'm doing I don't know if you heard the news. The
I
New York
watched it. I watched it.
Yeah. That was
Yeah,
frustrating,
I'm
but
sorry.
it's not probable we'd win because or the Spurs would win because um only one time in history has someone come back from a 3-1 deficit, but yeah, it was just annoying because we were like 10 plus points ahead and then they catch right up and then beat us by like 3. But yeah, that was crazy. But I'll be all right. Next season, it's time for payback next season though. So
Yeah, definitely.
yeah,
I didn't realize it was. I didn't realize they were gonna finish it out today either. Like I was like, oh, okay. Well, I
yeah,
guess.
yeah. It's crazy. We would have had to
Yeah.
win this game, but we'd have to win the rest as well to win the whole. So that's hard as it is anyway. But yeah, it's just annoying. And then the
Well,
refs,
I
of course,
certainly
don't
hope
call
the Texans have a
fouls.
little bit more, kindness and than the New York people did, because I heard
Oh,
the New Yorkers were really acting like psychotic, in my opinion. Sorry, I hate to say it that way, but I mean, damn, they,
I don't
they
know.
were hurting
I wouldn't want to
people.
wear blue in San Antonio right now. I'd be scared to do that. So yeah, I guess it's either way. New York's pretty crazy too. If you're over there with the black jersey on, right? That'd be pretty crazy, or a
Yeah,
white
yeah.
jersey, if you will. But yeah,
I heard a lot of stuff about that too. I heard, that it was pretty brutal for anybody that was on the opposing team. So,
yeah.
hey, Jen,
Nowadays,
good to see you.
especially. Hey, Jen. Who's that? Jen? Which Jen is that? Jen.
That is just astrology for mystics with Jen. And Kiki is here. Hey, Kiki, good to see you. So I was talking about this shoe thing with Sebastian. So what do you make of the fact that Katie is saying that he walked out the door without any shoes on? What do you think of that, knowing the area as well as you do?
I think it was a mistake that they didn't mean to make the players in the game, in my opinion. Knowing the area, well, I know the area around there where they kept pushing this narrative about dogs leading them to the retention pond and everything else about this construction site. Nobody going to walk through no construction site with no shoes on, whether they have a problem walking out, whether they have a problem with being barefoot or not. It's just insane. There's rocks, there's all sorts of crap. Ain't nobody in their right mind. And trust me, Sebastian's really smart. He's not going to go out there with no shoes on. And he already has an issue where he's allergic to grass. Basically, he had a bad experience with fire ants, stepping in a whole mound of fire ants. All right, so he has to wear socks and shoes going anywhere. I remember when I was a kid stepping on one of those stupid prickly little things in the grass. We used to have a lot of those in the grass, and it poked the crap. It was like thorns, little tiny thorns in my feet, and I would never forget. And I was like, I'm not walking out here barefoot again. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I walk everywhere barefoot. It's terrible. Like I'm one of those people that do that, which is
I'll do it on the driveway, but yeah, I mean, I don't do it in the grass.
But yeah, I wouldn't go anywhere like long distance. Like even if I walk to the pool, I put flip flops on. Of course, I'm not like that bad, but generally speaking,
I got my flippy floppies and my rubber ducky. Well,
floppies.
And I just think it was a plan that went south because they didn't realize, in my opinion, that, oh crap, we didn't think about the shoes. How are we going to explain that? Just like the damn flashlight. Oh, well, now the lights video comes out, and oh yeah, he's missing a flashlight too. We gotta make it up as we go along now because we messed up, in my opinion.
Okay, now the flashlight thing is another one that could have been added to this list. And I actually was thinking about doing a part 2 to this. So like the flashlight is another big one, right? Because like I was telling everybody before about the neighbors in the Facebook group and that Bobby, the neighbor, was the admin for. They were turning in their camera footage not only to law enforcement, but they were also uploading it there. So Chris and Katie had all of that information right away. So they were able to, spend that whole week concocting a story that they were going to give to the outside world. Now, I don't know what they told law enforcement, but I think that they actually had a lot of time to, like you said, kind of tweak their story based on the evidence.
Yeah, man, tweak that story.
Yeah, and they absolutely did that, in my opinion, adding that flashlight in to the mix.
The stories, when they don't match up, it's more likely a lie,
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
What's going on now? I can't hear anything.
Oh, Libra, are you there? I could hear you really, really good for a second there, and then all of a sudden it kind of trailed off.
Yeah, my bad. I turned off the echo cancellation, and it did that. I don't know why. Okay, but anyway.
Yeah, what did you say? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, it's just BS in my opinion. The stories never match up, and it's just when lies are involved like that, it gets confusing. It shouldn't be that confusing. Something doesn't add up. And that's always the story with this kind of stuff, when, in my opinion, it's nefarious activity has happened. There's no way he could have got out of the area he did on foot. Excuse me. That fast. There's no way.
Yeah, and Dinah says no way anyone would be walking outside barefoot in February in Tennessee. February is the coldest month of the year in Tennessee, and
it is anywhere, but in Tennessee, I'm sorry, but I will tell you, Tennessee's unpredictable. And in the history, if you looked at the video of Texas Roadhouse, he wasn't even wearing a jacket. It wasn't that cold at that time of year, in that year. So Tennessee's not like Michigan.
Well, and I think we would have to know what time he actually left, right? Because it's like we don't know what time he left. But Katie said that she went to bed at midnight. So I'm just, if I'm to believe her, then that means that Sebastian would leave after midnight. And I mean, I know the temperature drops at night,
Should.
Um,
Yeah. And it probably did. I mean, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember because I was living right down the road at the time, but I don't remember how cold it was and how at that late. I think I would say cold enough not to. You gotta put a jacket on him, but he's not. He went barefoot. Don't even have that in your mind because that's bullshit. I'm sorry. I mean, that's. But yeah, I mean, I just don't think.
well,
Yeah.
it was a real
Regardless.
kicker for me whenever I saw Sebastian in the pool with water shoes on, because I myself will wear water shoes, of course, at the lake, especially in
Yeah.
Missouri because it's so rocky. It's not like there's like the beaches in Missouri don't have sand. There's one called Moonshine Beach in Branson that has sand, but that's just like, you have to go super early, and if you don't get a spot, you're not going to get a spot. But other than that, like if you go in other places, it's all rocky, so you kind of have to wear water shoes. But
Yeah.
and flip flops don't really work down there because it's just the terrain is so rocky and rough. And Tennessee reminds me a lot of Missouri in terms of like the rocky, hilly terrain. And I just don't see it. I mean, obviously, I would never wear water shoes in the pool, but Sebastian was so adamant about wearing shoes that he was even wearing them in the pool. So again, I don't
Yeah.
believe it either. And I think it was a major mistake that they made. Um, the shoes, like forgetting the shoes. So with that in mind, I wanted to kind of explore and figure out what chat has to say about it as well, because if they forgot the shoes, then how did he have no shoes on, and what condition would he have been in to not be wearing shoes, right? Because we see him wearing shoes when he's outside, we see him wearing
Yeah.
shoes when he takes the trash, we see him wearing shoes in the pool. So that would have, in my opinion, if we're considering that big detail, it would have been when Sebastian wasn't wearing shoes, and I suppose that would be when he's in his house, because that's about the only time he would not wear shoes, right?
Right. If I'm not mistaken, as well, someone looked back in the history, and I believe it was 60 degrees that night, but I don't know for how long. I don't remember if they said at 3 a.m. it was still, but it was somewhere in that night. It was 60 degrees, uh, even though it was February. So that is warm as hell for February, in my opinion. But even in Tennessee, but like I said, it's unpredictable. But I'd like to look at the history of that, yeah, and see all the way through the night how cold it was. But of course, I still don't believe he was shoeless anyway. So it's like that even still relevant. I mean, he would, and I wonder about like, so they said he had that, all that black on, right? Which is so red flag to me too. Why are you wearing all black when you weren't wearing all black earlier? Why would you say he's wearing all black? Did you put all black clothes on him and were trying to sneak him somewhere in the dark? I mean, that's just strange. So you changed his clothes to all black for some reason, or he did, you know, and
Mm-hmm.
all that stuff, man. And it says, somebody says, either way, Sebastian didn't leave without shoes. Yeah. Well, I don't know, leave without shoes. He could have, but he didn't walk on the. I'm telling you, he didn't walk outside without shoes on. But he could have left without shoes because we don't know what the condition he was when he left, or if he even got to the house. Um,
Right.
let's see if and what shoes was he
Hold
wearing
on a
at Texas
second.
Roadhouse?
Libra, it says that we're having audio issues. Is that better, you guys? Um, Sorry, Bo. I was like, I can't tell. I can't tell because you're not talking. I guess it's always on my end. That's so weird. Um,
You sound better now. You were crackling earlier, but you sound better now.
oh my gosh, you guys got to tell me these things. um, okay. Did you guys understand a word that I said at all, or do I have to start over, or what should I do here? Um, because yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, whenever you're changing, it's helping it.
Okay, I do sound better. Okay, thanks, Bo. Um, Jen, I used to wear black only. I mean that's the thing. Like, to me, the all black doesn't really. It's not really that big of a deal, right? To me, because I mean, let me tell you, when my mom passed away, I turned into Johnny Cash, right? I wore black all the time. My nails were black, the whole fucking 9 yards. Um, so to me, that's not a huge thing. But going back to the shoes, because I don't want to move on too quickly from that, because I'm trying to work this out in our brains, right? Like we have to think this through because we can't just be like, well, no, he didn't leave with any shoes. Well, okay, so what state of mind or position would Sebastian have been in that he wouldn't be wearing any shoes? In my opinion, it would be because he's in bed, right? He was in bed and he didn't have any shoes on because that seems to me, especially if Sebastian's slides were left next to his bed, which that's what Seth said. Seth said they were left next to his bed. So, I mean, because if he, let's just say, if he was handed off, right? If he's handed off to someone on the way home from Texas Roadhouse, why would Katie take his shoes off? And she wouldn't. She just wouldn't take his shoes off. She wouldn't take his shoes off, in my opinion, because he's going somewhere else. Because I mean, with Texas Roadhouse, it looks like somebody was telling Sebastian something. In terms. Oh, excuse me. It looks like Katie was telling Sebastian something in terms of maybe he was going somewhere or with somebody, but that part doesn't add up to me with the shoes because even if they did a handoff, Katie wouldn't have taken the shoes back to the house with her because that would have been that. Then that's intentional. It's not a mistake. Um, so I think that part is a big part of it. Um, Valley Gal, I wonder about him being chased, but there's no footage of it in the neighborhood at all. There's nothing that would indicate that he was being chased or that he had to run out quickly with no shoes, right? Fight or flight kicked in, and yeah, uh, typically he wouldn't, you know, wear shoes. Typically he wouldn't go anywhere without shoes, but this time he had to because he had to get away so quick. Because I did think about that in the beginning, especially after I heard Chris Proudfoot. But and Jen is saying, I'm telling you, he didn't leave on his own without any shoes. Uh, that's a better question. Sebastian didn't like to go barefoot. Yeah, and I mean, I'm right there with you. I think it's odd. I think it's really really odd. Um, and Robini, that's what I'm thinking. That he already had his shoes off. Now I don't know whether he would wear socks around the house with the slides. I would imagine so. I'm not sure. Libra, are you eating something or crackling something? Because now I can hear crackling, but I don't know if that's just me or.
No, I don't think it's you. This mic is sensitive.
Okay, because I can hear like it sounds like somebody's eating something or like a mouse is like eating some sort of something.
Okay, my bad. Yeah,
No
I didn't think
worries.
you would hear it from that far away, but it's this mic. It's very sensitive. So carry on.
Um, Bo says yes, Lady Freedom. He was either um, he- sorry, he's either because he was in bed. Oh, you think he might have been in bed, or KP isn't telling the truth about how many shoes he has? Well, and I think that's a really good point too, because he might have more than one pair of tennis shoes, and like even growing up, I had a pair of shoes, like my mom would be like, okay, these are your house, these are the shoes that you wear for school, and then these are the ones that you go out and play in. But then again, Sebastian didn't go out and play according to Katie and Chris. Like he usually was at the house and didn't like play in the neighborhood. I mean, I rode my bike. I treated my bike like it was a car. I rode it everywhere. So I mean, play shoes for me would have been different than for Sebastian. Um, but
But
yeah,
didn't Seth say that all the shoes were accounted for, at least that he knew of, right? So she'd have to be sneaky and have some extra shoes that he didn't know about, correct?
I mean, yeah, but he's not living there, so Seth wouldn't be a good judge of that. Like how would he know what they did? That he wouldn't know that. Um, I mean, I don't think at least. Not to say that Seth would lie about something like that. I'm just saying that how does he know how? I couldn't tell you. Just being a divorced parent, I couldn't tell you how many shoes my daughter had at her dad's house. I mean, how would I ever know that? And Katie could have bought Sebastian some shoes. Um,
Sure.
when she bought him the new pair, she said she bought him a new pair of tennis shoes, and then Seth bought him a pair of boots.
Yeah, that's why I said that he knew of, I guess. So he saw all the shoes that he knew of were accounted for. So yeah, she must have had some shoes he didn't know about. Because when he went to the house that morning, he went straight up to that room and looked at his room and took account took in account all of his shoes. And so
Well,
yeah, all
I
the
think
shoes
he
that
said
he knows about.
I want to say he said the shoes were at the door. That all of his shoes were at the door, but then there was one pair of slides that were next to his bed.
Okay.
And when he said that, it made me think that Sebastian used the slides as house shoes or slippers. I don't, again, people say it different, but like those are the only shoes that he uses in the house. So that to me is interesting because again, if they don't wear shoes in the house and they take them off at the door, then he would have been in socks, and maybe he kicked the socks off. I don't know if he kept them on. Um, well, and I think that too, Jen. If they had planned it better, then Sebastian would have left with his shoes. Right? Exactly. If they're saying that he walked out, I mean, that's the thing that I don't understand. Is it's like, okay, you're saying he walked out, but then you say all of his shoes are accounted for. So it seems like made a big mistake there.
That's where they fucked up in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah, Lieber, because I think um, they would have definitely had that. That taken care of. That detail would have been taken care of. But then they had to backtrack, which definitely means, in my opinion, that he was carried out. Without the shoes, and it was an afterthought. It was like, well, shit, all the shoes are here. How do we explain that? Holly says in bed at home, carried out. Um, no footprints is another big piece there too. Um, so yeah, here's here's the thing, and Kiki, I don't mean to like be like, oh no, that's not it, right? Here's the thing for me. I don't believe that anybody at the Texas Roadhouse had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance besides two people. The guy that had his picture allegedly on his phone and the green hoodie, because those are the people that made contact with him. I don't think that there was some lady that was there, because I think you're talking about like when they first arrived in, because I know they're, gosh, I know. And don't come for me. Okay. And I'm not talking to you, Kiki. I'm talking about, you know, but there's been wild speculation here. Like, oh my God, there's like so many people coordinating this effort. Why would you do it there? There's cameras all over that joint. That joint is crawling with cameras, and there ain't no cameras around the other businesses. None. Zero. Zilch. Not until you get well across the street by Jonathan's, and they have their area. There's cameras that are on their patio, right? Like they have a great big patio with TVs and stuff, and that's where there's cameras. But there's no cameras around that area until you get by the hotel. The hotel has cameras because I checked again when I went just recently. Um, but no, I don't think that there was a coordinated effort at the Texas Roadhouse because there's way too many cameras. Way too many cameras. And Barb, I think that's a good point too. So Barb says, hence the neighbor saw someone carrying a large bag over their shoulder. So I don't know if Bobby has backtracked on that story or not. Um, you know, yes, they did. Captain Jules, they did. They did. Yes, ma'am. Bobby, the neighbor, said that. She told that to Stephen Crabtree and his friend, UA Crimson, when they recorded Bobby without her knowledge. So yeah, he told them that, and that's who that information came from. A lot of this information came from Bobby, the neighbor. By the way, she's the one telling everybody this, in my opinion. So, and Jen says Sebastian would have had a change. Would have had to change his clothes in the car and take his shoes off within that 10 minutes. I don't see Sebastian doing that either. That's a great point, Jen. Yeah, yeah. So the clothes, the clothes that Sebastian had, um, or excuse me, the clothes that Sebastian was wearing at the Texas Roadhouse allegedly were accounted for and given to law enforcement. Now that is per Chris and Katie. That those clothes were given to law enforcement for a cent. I don't know how true that is.
Right.
Um,
Because considered a source.
yeah, I mean that's what's hard here is because we have to find the truth in their lies. That's why
Yeah.
um, I named the live that because it's like we have to try to figure out what's true and what's not. And to me, the shoe thing has always been a big point of contention for me. Again, because it just doesn't make any sense. If there was a handoff, then they wouldn't have forgotten that huge detail. And I do believe it was a huge mistake on their part, and I think it was an oh shit moment, for sure. So, oh, Jules, did you mistype something? He says the police. Oh, okay, Bobby pissed off the Foots for sure. Well, yeah, I mean, here's the thing. She was the only one that would come forward with information, you know, and what she saw. All the other neighbors saw everything. They saw this and they were giving the footage to Chris and Katie Proudfoot, and you know, I mean, it seems to me like they were all kind of like they seem to think that Chris and Katie had involvement, but yet they're giving those people all they're showing them their full hand of cards. It's like, oh, here's my royal flush. You want to see it, right? I mean, it's like you never do that, but they did. They gave it all to them. Um, so Crab would be the last dumb shit I would chat with. Oh yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying, Valley Gal. Um, Yeah, the thing is that Bobby the neighbor was trying to play both sides. And I'm just going to put it out there. That's when I began to think, okay, I don't trust that lady, because if she's playing both sides, but then they burned her bad, right? Because like UA Crimson was over there recording it. I don't know if Crabtree had knowledge of it. I don't, I've never talked to the guy. But she was absolutely recording it. And in Tennessee, that's fully fine. You can do that. It's a one party state, so it's not like they were doing anything bad, even if both of them knew and she didn't. Um, but she didn't account for that, right? And how many other people has she blabbed to? So while it's good that she's coming forward with information, who is she blabbing her mouth to on other things too? So, you know, um Witchy Mama says if Ellie asks for clothes, what are the chances they lawyered up then? You know, I think that it's probably a fair assumption that they did lawyer up early on. I think it was way earlier than it was previously speculated upon. Like people were saying, I think it was like October of 24. I think it was way before that, because Chris was very confident and saying that the police don't talk to Katie without him there. Like they never talk to her. And all of their business is conducted in their house at their kitchen table. And again, that's coming from Chris Proudfoot. I don't know. So, um, I could have sworn there was a live stream where Pascal asked if the clothes from Texas Roadhouse were accounted for. Yeah, I believe he did. I believe he did, Jules. I believe he did. And the camera footage from Worsham's was mysteriously missing. That was another big piece of it, Barb. I agree. Sent the text. Oh, you didn't have to send me a super chat for that, Kiki. Thank you. I appreciate that. Um, I will definitely look at it. I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. The little girl that had like a black pair of shoes. She's like a little girl, like a brunette. I just don't think she has anything to do with it, and I don't mean that in a bad way, or I don't mean that to shoot anybody down. I just don't see it. um why would they do it there again? They could have went behind the dumpster at the Texas Roadhouse and did some fuckery, if they wanted to. But there's cameras, guys. I'm telling you, and go look back at my video. There's cameras and speakers every other, you know I guess I don't know, maybe every 2 feet, like around the building. There's so many cameras. um so yes, I typed too fast. I was trying to say no one from LE said that. We only heard it from the neighbor. Oh, I got you, Jules. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, that's true. Now law enforcement hasn't told us anything about it. All Eric Craddock says was, I'm not going to say he was barefoot. Like he doesn't believe it. You know. What if they gave the dog a decoy scent? Cinderella says. I think that could be very possible. Um, yeah, I mean that could be. Um, in my opinion, they would know pretty quickly if it wasn't the same outfit. I mean, I know they tried to push it that like, hey, Sebastian changed when he got home, what he wore at the Texas Roadhouse, but then I know they put that other picture out of Katie and Sebastian at the Texas Roadhouse on a different night, not the night in question. But yeah, I just don't know about that either. But I mean, it's something to think about. Oh, we'll be saying prayers for you, Gail. I know. I'm so sorry you guys are going through storms, guys. So it wouldn't work like that, Jules. Jules says it wouldn't work that way. You know, Barb says I trust Bobby 100. Yeah, I didn't after that. But I don't think she was lying. I'll say this, Barb. I don't think she was lying. I just think that she was talking to anybody that would listen to her, right? And she was befriending people that maybe she shouldn't have trusted. But I think what she's saying is truthful. I don't think she's lying about it. I don't. I just don't know because I'm like, well, if you're talking to this person and that person, I'm like, oh, I don't know. So, oh yeah, Gladys Kravitz. Yeah, yeah, she's like Gladys Kravitz over there. Good night, Jen. Thank you for being here. Good night. So, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just it's confusing because again, like I said, the fact that he wasn't wearing any shoes, right? Or all of his shoes, we'll just say all of his shoes were accounted for. It just makes me wonder why, right? Because I think that's a big part of it. Um, there's I mean, Kiki, when I mean to tell you, there's cameras everywhere around the Texas Roadhouse, but not necessarily in some of the dark corners of that shopping center. Will call it a shopping center. Oh yeah, Barb, you're absolutely right about that. It was a big indication to me, that they would do some pretty bad stuff. Um, I've thought about that too, Valley Gale, that someone may have the Worshams video, right? Or so maybe they saw something. Maybe it was turned into law enforcement and, you know, that sort of thing. Hey, Chew. Worshams, from what I heard, Jen says they tape recorded over it. It was missing. Ellie went there days later and it was taped over. Oh, Jesus. Mm. Yeah, that's too bad. That is too bad. Um, hey, Shauna, good to see ya. Aw, thank you guys so much for hitting that like button. I really appreciate it. But yeah, guys, so that's just the way I'm kind of thinking of things. Um, in terms of the shoes, because I think that that is a really big detail that we talked about it a lot in the beginning, but not so much as we've gone forward. And I think it really matters. I think it's a big one. The shoes. Valley Gale says I had the same described cameras as Worshams. The same described cameras at Worshams. Um, I'm not sure. Hello, Barb here. Good to see ya. So yeah, I mean, again, so if we're to believe that Sebastian, you know, left without shoes, I think that that is bullcrap. If we're to believe that he was handed off, I just think that he would have had his shoes on, and that would have been a smoother story. I do think that something went awry at the Texas Roadhouse. I do. I think something went awry um at the Texas Roadhouse. Like something was supposed to happen maybe after um and green hoodie came up to the car cuz Katie was not happy when she saw the green hoodie. She even changed Sebastian's direction that he was going and moved him over to the side. So,
Yeah, that was pretty obvious when that happened. And they were getting into it about something, apparently, in my opinion.
yeah, it caused everybody to kind of turn and look, and Sebastian never took his eyes off of the green hoodie
Like
and
she
his
was
mom.
pissed that she was pissed that they were standing there, like you are not supposed to meet me over here, type thing. In my opinion, that's what it looked like to me from day one. First time I saw the video, I was like, "Yeah, she don't look happy to see them there. It's something ain't right."
Yeah.
And because I mean, if you think about it, if they would have said, wait over there where that, hypothetically, wait over there where there's no cameras, that a lot of people have found out there's not a whole lot of cameras in that other building anyway across the way, then that would be a safe spot. And then, but you walked over. Why'd you walk over here? I told you to stay over there in the car, and then we'll meet you later. That's what it reminded me of, like that might have happened.
Yeah.
Because they walked
Yeah.
right into the camera. Anybody that understands anything would know that there's some cameras somewhere at Texas Roadhouse, right? So they didn't. I'm sure she was somewhat um, aware of that, because she did kind of act like a little bit sneaky on camera, like she was looking around the restaurant all crazy, just kind of really
Mm-hmm.
looking around, like she's really looking for somebody, and it wasn't a waiter either, in my opinion. And then I guess allegedly having two cell phones and going back and forth with one that's kind of off camera, where that little camera is in the corner there, where it's like she knows the camera wouldn't see it. Probably looking up too. I don't know if she ever did look up over above her head. If she did that, see, if I'm looking for security cameras, that's what I would look like probably on camera. I would be looking around, at the walls, looking at the ceiling. I do that just out of curiosity. If I go somewhere, I just want to know where the camera's probably at. I just do it out of curiosity. So I'm like, I'll look around and I'll kind of, and then it looks like I'm lost. So I'll be like, you okay? Can I help you with something? No, I'm good. They're probably like, what the
Yeah.
hell? And I'm just like, I'm just wondering where the security cameras are. And I'm just kind of
Man,
looking
there's
to see if I can
cameras
see them,
everywhere in
you
that
know?
restaurant, though, all
Oh
over.
yeah. Everywhere. I mean, there's, in my opinion, they're just freaking stupid to even try to do anything there and then get mad,
That's what I
allegedly,
mean.
when,
I don't understand why
you
they would
know?
ever do that with all the like. That's the if you're gonna do some shit like that, go to Jonathan's when there's no cameras outside except for the patio, and I'm sure there's cameras inside. But I mean, if you're gonna do fuck shit outside, then you would do it over by Jonathan's, not the Texas Roadhouse. Maybe they
Yeah.
thought, that would look a little suspicious with Katie and Sebastian going out to Jonathan's. It's nicer than the Texas Roadhouse. I don't know.
There's even dumps that have them now, and they have a blue light on it and everything. So it's like, it's pretty wild. So there's cameras. Yeah, there's cameras in a lot of places. But I saw a dumpster back there would be a perfect place to kind of park your car, and then, like, if you parked it just right when the dumpster, like the walls around the dumpster at the doors, the big wooden doors, if those are
Hmm.
open, then there's a camera at the Starbucks that would probably not see you if you parked kind of in there, exchanged somebody, and then pulled out of there. Nobody would have seen that exchange at all because those doors being in the way, and there's no cameras in that dumpster area where they take all the trash out and the probably grease, or maybe not grease because that was for the, I don't even know what the hell. There's a pizza place right there anyway, but yeah, you know what I mean? So you got like
Yeah.
a possible grease disposal thing, and then just dumpsters, really. And that area was so big too and roomy. It looked like you could just walk in and switch cars there at least, and you couldn't be on camera because it was like, there's not one up at the corner unless there's a hidden one. There's not one up at the corner of that building with the pizza place and the dental offices and all that, the T-Mobile, all that. So I don't know. I just think if I was going to do it, that's where I'd do it. And it looks like that could have been because like where you see the headlights hitting the wall and everything. It looks like
Yeah,
the
there's no
perfect
cameras over
spot.
there.
Right. There's just not. I mean, Starbucks, like I said, Starbucks is kind of pointing that way. But
Hmm.
if you just park in there where, or if you're using temporary tags or something too, or you pulled in a different direction, then because surely they would have thought about those if they were doing something nefarious. But I don't know, man. What do you think? I don't know. It seems like
When I went
I,
there recently, I checked all those spots and there was nothing. There was
yeah.
no cameras.
Even in the front, you couldn't see them with the naked eye anyway. They must be hidden if there's some in the front, because I didn't. I think there was one at that little pizza place in the corner. Um, oh crap! It seems like there was. Maybe I was seeing it inside. I can't remember. But yeah, I remember looking at that pizza place one time on the very end, Five Pie, I think it's called,
Hmm.
and that patio might have one. I just can't remember. I can go back and look. Hell, but
No, when I was there, I know there was nothing. And I was like, I thought people had told me there was ones behind the Vanderbilt, like on the backside and the Eye Institute or whatever, but there wasn't.
yeah, right. There's nothing there. I don't know, man. Very perfect. It's like almost a perfect place to, because it's like, okay, we're gonna be on camera here, so that'll be proof of life, and our alibi that I had you tonight and you weren't gone before this, but yet it's convenient enough we're gonna eat here because it's your favorite restaurant, whatever, whatever. But then, we can kind of sneak you away into another car right next door, and it won't be on camera, and we know it. That's what I feel like is kind of like the mindset of the idea, the premeditated idea, allegedly, of whatever was going down. Where he
Yeah.
disappears, off the face of the earth.
Well, and they definitely had been there before, like Robini is saying, and then we have the picture of them being there before too.
Yeah, all they had to do is take a ride around the parking lot and scope out, like any of us did that were searching for answers, and see where the cameras are or not, right? All they have to do is the same thing. Just take a little walk, or have somebody else take a walk, or just drive around the long way if you like, and just look, look, look. Okay, scope it out, right? To commit your crime later, right? But yeah,
Yeah, that's
I don't.
interesting. And Shauna, thank you so much for your super chat. I really appreciate that. She says, Sebastian Rogers, you were coming home. Yeah, I think so. I think he will be, Shauna. I don't know why this has gone on and on for so long. These cases that it does happen, it's not like this is, it's not like it's like, oh my gosh, it's super rare for these cases to take so long to come to justice. It just, it feels that way, I guess, since we're closer to it. Um, so Kiki says there's also a red car when KP pulls in the alley area. Um, is there an alley area
An alley area. I'm sorry, where?
at
Not
the
really.
Texas? No, I don't think
Not
so either.
necessarily. It's just like that building that's in front of it or beside it. If you ever Google Earth it, it's Indian Lake Boulevard in Hendersonville. It's off Indian Lake Boulevard, so the address is going to be. I don't even know what that's going to be. But anyway, um, when you come in, there's just a building next to it, and there's just a parking lot and bushes, and then the highway. When it comes to the back end of Texas Roadhouse, if you will, or the side of Texas Roadhouse. There's one side facing the highway. The front is really facing the back of a building, right? And then the
Mm-hmm.
other side is facing Sam's. Five Guys is further down that way, but
Mm-hmm.
Five Guys, and then there's other. So there's like strip malls in front of it. So where the front door is, if you're standing at the front door to Texas Roadhouse looking out, you'll see the back and dumpsters first, right? Big dumpster area that's blocked in with center blocks maybe or brick, and then
Mm-hmm.
has doors on it with wood, and then it has the building in front. So you're seeing the back of Five Pie, dental offices, whatever else is in there. One's vacant, I think, right now. Used to be a mattress store or something, whatever, whatever. But you're seeing the back of that. There's no alley, no small alleyways. No, there is at Indian Lake though. Yes, like they're kind of wide, and then there's like a private bathroom, kind of like the malls would have. It's an outside mall, so but that's across the street, so that's not even relevant, I don't think. But you could do. I don't think there's probably cameras in there now because there was kids years ago calling themselves the hate group or something like that were attacking and just beating on other kids in the alleyways of that mall. But they were so wide and big and spacious that it wasn't like a good hiding place either. But I think there's probably cameras in there now, but there used to not be. Um, so
Oh
no,
wow.
I'll say no. You got Starbucks on the corner. I'm sorry, Starbucks on the corner of that building. So I think the pizza place is further in. Yeah, it's like one more in from Starbucks, but Starbucks has that one little, bubble looking camera, the camera under that little bubble, or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. And then they have that one that's pointing straight over there at that dumpster in Texas Roadhouse. And that would be the ideal camera to get um, footage for somebody's tags coming in and seeing what kind of car it is, which we think it's a Jeep. It looks like, from according to Mob Crew, it does kind of look like a Jeep, and I think they said confirmed that because of the big tire on the back and whatnot. But that would be a
Was it
nice.
which one? Are you talking about the one that what's his name? The yellow jacket guy was driving, or a different one?
Oh, I don't remember exactly what he would be said to have been driving.
He was driving a Jeep Wagoneer.
Yeah, it was. It was. I think so. It was like a black or dark color, and it was in that back parking lot going through there. And then you see the headlights hitting the wall. Then you see it drive away. Then you see a green hoodie walking back and forth real fast, doing weird
Oh,
shit.
that's a different time. Okay, that's a different time, or that's a
Probably
different
is.
vehicle.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah.
have to watch that one again. But it was like it looked like a Jeep or something. Yeah, and then there's one that went by Texas Roadhouse, right? And then that was supposedly what Yellow Jacket was driving, and he was supposed to be he was supposedly an Uber driver or something, according to law enforcement, which we can't take anything they say serious because they can lie to us legally, right? Uh, yeah, weird.
Yeah,
Just
I mean,
too many
like
weird
in my
things going
opinion,
on.
he didn't take any food with him. I mean, unless he went back and waited in his vehicle, because there are pickup areas over by where he was parked, to like curbside pickup kind of a thing.
Yeah,
But yeah, Valley Gal, that's a good point, that they just walked right in and they went straight to the table, and that's weird to me too. Because both times I was at Texas Roadhouse, and let me tell you, it is busy on Saturday and Sundays both. Um and we had to wait to be seated. So how did Katie and Sebastian just walk right in and sit down? Did they know somebody at the Texas Roadhouse? Did they know the waiter, the waitress, whoever? I mean, I think they had a waitress, not a waiter. Um, but that is very that's a really good point, Valley Gal, that they just walked right in. I mean, are they able to pick their table before they get there, or what? What's the deal there?
I've always had to wait. I've always had to wait, or not. I never really waited there long, but they usually would have you wait a little bit, just like a lot of places, and you give them your phone number, and they, if it's real busy, and they text you when it's ready. Last time I went in there, when I sat by Sebastian's table, they sat us there. Right, we didn't choose, but um, unless you're going to the bar, of course, you just choose to sit in the bar or whatever. But
Right.
they just happened to sit me there, but it wasn't even 5 minutes, so we didn't have to wait at all. It's like, oh, nice, no wait. And then that's where I saw where that camera was, right next to Sebastian's table. You could look in the corner, and there's that camera that captured him and Katie that night. And but
Yeah, and Valley Gal also says it's his favorite restaurant, quote unquote. Yet they push tofu. What? Well, and that's another thing too, because I've made a couple of videos on that too, about how you know Katie and Chris supposedly like to eat steak, but Sebastian's not a huge fan of red meat. So why would I could see if maybe two out of the three of people like that restaurant, so they say, Sebastian's just gonna have to deal with it this time. They got salmon, they got this, but we really want to go get a steak, so tonight you're just gonna have to deal with it, buddy. I can see that. But that doesn't seem to be the case, right? And if it was supposed to be a special outing day for mom and son, or if it's something they typically do, why wouldn't she take him someplace where he likes it and not someplace he doesn't?
yeah, I think from what I understand, he likes salmon a lot there at Texas Roadhouse anyway, or he'll eat salmon, and I guess maybe chicken rather than red meat. But yeah, that's the same. From what I understand, is he's not a big fan of red meat.
Yeah, that's what Chris has always said. That's what Katie said. We've all seen the Texas Roadhouse footage says Scranton, of the green hoodie leaving the Texas Roadhouse, and she goes to the parking lot next door and goes to the left, and then we see someone walks from the left to the right, and then we see the big dark SUV. Um, yeah. And that was from Carrie Reviews. Yeah, we played that here, and then Mob Crew played it like months and months later. And that's what Libra was referring to earlier. Yeah, I mean, I've seen it on multiple channels. It appears.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing that's hard, Scranton, is like what Libra said earlier. There's cameras by the Texas Roadhouse, and then there might be some footage that would be useful from that Starbucks that's kind of on the corner, across the street from the Texas Roadhouse, or across the way, past the bushes. But I mean, there's you can't get it's not going to pick up people's license plate numbers, and I mean that could just be a random
Yeah.
SUV. Like we don't. I mean that's the thing. Like, I mean, I get that people are trying to put the pieces together, and I appreciate that. I'm always trying to do the same thing, but it just seems so outlandish and far fetched to do something so intricate, when on camera, and take that big of a risk when you could have done that at Stop 30 Road, over by Stop 30 Road.
Oh yeah, man. I almost stopped by there today actually. I thought of just going by there because I've been there in a long time. I've actually ran into that little road, that little back road that'd be so easy to be unseen. I heard there's a little camp in the woods now, which is kind of strange. But
Mhm.
like
Mhm.
I almost stopped by there today just for the hell of it because there was that's such a perfect place otherwise if nobody's out there that there's no cameras, no nothing. Nobody would see your ass. I mean, and there's houses around there, but they're far enough away that there's like farmland between it, I think, still, possibly. But yeah, very weird that you'd use, very strange that you'd go somewhere. It's like they're trying to be seen on camera for the last, that could prove, that he was with her at a certain point before they went home and went to bed, allegedly, right?
Mhm.
And then that's it, right? So it's like maybe why they went there, but it was really stupid because I guess you're messing with some clowns that don't know how to be discreet and be, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't know how
Well,
to
and I
be
mean, a
like
lot of people have been clownish in this.
undercover.
Like, I don't understand. Like, can we get our shit together, any of us? But I do remember you sending me that Scranton, and you know what the crazy thing is that when Mob was telling everybody it was brand new information, I was like, how did he get brand new information? And then it was Carrie Reviews that had already had that out, and I mean, it was months ago, right? Because we were trying to figure out if that was Sebastian or who it was, and it appears to be the green hoodie. But then again, you can't tell. It's so hard to tell because it's so dark and so far away.
Oh yeah, you're
um
talking about. It looked like you see the not Baby Yoda. I think he had a name other than Baby Yoda. But either way,
Grogu.
Grogu. Thank you. Yeah, the Grogu
You're
shirt.
welcome.
Did look like that shirt, kind of like on the camera when um Yellow Jacket, with the mask and all, come out there, and I swear to God, it looked like that on his phone, like straight up live, like he was walking by and he was moving just the same time Sebastian was moving, and just so happened it looked like he had the same Grogu on his shirt and everything. It's such a
Katie,
funny
when
name.
she said Grogu, I'm like, who the hell is a
Greg
Grogu? And then I was like, oh
Ragu.
yeah, that's Baby Yoda.
Oh,
Ragu.
I like
Spaghetti sauce.
ragu. Ragu's
Lord
really
help
good.
us. Golly, I'm like, what the heck is she talking? What is this crazy ass woman talking about? And it was like I had already, I had already lost so much respect for her because that was after they did the Only Hands interview. So like, she completely lost me after that when they
Only
did that.
hands. Only hands. What's that? That's new.
The Only Hands interview? No, it's not
Oh
new. So
God.
that was the Fox 17 interview with, I just call it Only Hands because that's
Okay.
all
Okay.
they would
Scared
let
me.
people see. Yeah, no, no. Um,
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Where this
you
like,
know what I'm talking about?
yes, where this, yeah, the step.
Yeah.
Okay, so the stepfather and the mother, So it's Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot. So that they didn't want their face on camera to the news anchors or whatever, or the news, whatever,
Caitlin Miller, yeah.
journalist, whatever you want to hit, Caitlin Miller.
Yeah.
They didn't want to show their faces because they're so emotional or whatever. No, I don't think so, personally. That's just so shady to me, you know. And then it
Oh,
shows
I
their
know.
hands. It just shows their hands that they're so. Usually, people do that when they don't want to be identified because their son or daughter or somebody was unalived in the streets. Right? They usually show them like they're very sad. Blah blah blah. I've seen that on the news, and
Well,
it's
I've seen
because they
like,
don't want to be identified because they're going to be attacked and unalived. You know,
well,
because they
that's
just
exactly it.
happened to them. Yeah, you think that's why they did that? I think it's because they didn't want to be analyzed for their body language, possibly. But that's me.
Well, I will say that that's what my friend did. I mean, I remember one time she was interviewed by the news and she told them, I don't want to be on camera because
Yeah,
there was
yeah.
some shit that went down in their neighborhood and she didn't want to be on camera, but she's like, yeah, I'll talk to you guys. And so they like filmed her hands, like, or, you know, they like the
Oh
camera
yeah,
wasn't on her face, like, you know, so
because they're not
yeah,
going
I
to want to
mean,
blur it and make it look cheap. They're just going to go ahead and they're going to. Because I remember them doing a story on a school and they just showed the kids' feet walking by, showed backpacks, but you see the back of their heads. You never see their face because they never got permission, I guess, because they're inside
well,
a
that
private
too.
organization. But it was I
Yeah.
thought it was funny because it's if they don't show they're not going to blur it out because it just looks so like cops or something. You know, it looks so cheap in my opinion. I think that's what the cameraman's going to always going to. These are tactics that you use for like behind the scenes have their own tactics, right? Or filming a movie versus filming a reenactment type thing. There's just different styles of videography where they use these little
Well, so,
tricks to keep their face out of the camera for sure.
yeah, well, and then also, with the reservation thing, because I see you guys talking a lot about that in the chat. So there are some places where you can pick where you want to sit, and they'll give you like the floor, you know, floor chart, and you can pick your own table. But I don't know if that's
Yeah.
an option at Texas Roadhouse or if it was back when this all
No,
transpired.
I don't think so. It never was for me. We always got sat by a host or hostess or whatever
Yeah.
that I've ever been there. But I mean, it could have there. Now it used to be down there on the other side where it used to be near. It used to be further down. Let's see, New Shackle, and then you have like is New Shackle before or after? I'm trying to remember. I believe it's before you get to Indian Lake. Nope, it's after you get to. Okay, so anyway, it used to be further down. Um, Probably close. Yeah, it used to be closer to Sebastian's house. Now it's a Puckett's. So it's in front of. It used to be in front of a Target. Target Hendersonville Target is what it used to be in front of. If you ever map that out, and it's a place called Puckett's now, next to a Panera Bread.
What the hell is
Um,
a pocket?
and actually, Sebastian's vigil one time is at a church that's right there too. It's called Celebration of
Is it a
Life Church.
store? Is Puckett's a
Puckett's, no,
store?
no, no. Puckett's is it's a barbecue place. It's kind of
Oh, I'm
like,
like, what the hell is that?
yeah. You ever had Jim and Nick's barbecue?
Uh-uh.
And it's damn good. Well, you need to. You need the brisket's delicious. Well, it's like just a barbecue joint. You know, they give you a little slaw barbecue. You know, or you can get
Okay.
brisket. Yeah, it's just a little barbecue place, and they play music in there. It's really neat. They got little hometown country music playing in there sometimes. I would go there on a Sunday, but yeah, it used to be Texas Roadhouse, and then they took the building and turned it into a Puckett's, and then Texas Roadhouse brought their ass right there to Indian Lake where you really can't get a parking spot still. You can never at the other one because it's just such a packed out place. So crazy. Size 12.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
That's
Chat?
what I'm trying to figure it out. I'm
Do I
trying.
need to use my wrench and cut? I need to kick some of you out of here.
Oh gosh.
Oh, it looks like I'm gonna have to start asserting some authority around here. What's going
Yeah,
on?
I don't know about I heard that the Sebastian wears a size 10 and a half
Size
shoes.
10 and a half.
10 and a half shoes.
Sebastian size 10 and a half for a 5'5" guy. That's pretty big, actually. She
Yeah,
said he
it
went
is.
shoe sizes up. Well, I wear size 13, and you know I'm not that tall, but I'm only 5 feet tall, and I wear a size 13. So
You're right. You're not 5 foot tall.
How do you know
Fucking
that?
size 13. What the fuck? Okay, now you're like Mr. Proudfoot over there.
I'm only size
I'm a size
17.
14.
I'm a
Bullshit.
size
You fucking
17 and I'm
wide
4 foot
sack.
11.
Oh man, that's
And
funny.
people don't make fun of me. You
God.
call me Ronald McDonald when I buy J's. I'm still drinking coffee. I'm still awake. So anyway,
I will say I will say that it's always been weird to me that there was two sizes of shoe growth before she noticed that he needed new shoes. But then again, I don't know how true that is. But then somebody sent me a photo of her son's shoes. Like two of her son had, one son had a like an 8 and the other one was a 10, say. I'm
oh
not sure.
God,
Yeah, and so she showed me the difference of what they look like, and it's not like a huge
I think you are
difference.
slightly to the left. No, maybe that's because you got one shoe on. Oh yeah, Happy Gilmore.
Oh yeah, I was like, wait,
left.
what? Me? I was like, am I crackling again? Shit. You know, I'm like, just when we think we got it. I thought you were crackling, but then but I knew you weren't talking, and then I'm like, are you crackling because you had like a snack? You were eating snacks, and
I'm eating the snacks. You know, snacks.
You had some snacks, and so I was like, I'm losing it. I'm fucking losing my shit. I must be some sleep or something. I'm like, because he's not even talking and he's crackling.
I'm hallucinating.
That's wild.
Trilla, the Illa's drugs are going right through the computer and hitting us, man. It's that bad.
Oh my God. We're getting
her car went so fast. Man, this pots, I tell you, I was getting up and I started getting dizzy. Oh, sat back down. Libra, Chris says, I love that. CRITH instead of Chris. So this is we're gonna do Tyson. Is that what we're doing, Tyson? Because what I'm gonna do if I get my hands on Chris, he's gonna, I will hump you in the butt, you boy lover. I'll hump you in the butt. You make you love a boy lover. That's what I'll do. Trying to make this Jeep. I'm trying to make this PG for you. And next time I see you, I'm gonna get. And I told him I'm gonna get you. And don't mess with my boys. I love my boys.
Oh my gosh, the ladies in the chat would like you to prove it, Libra. They want to see how big your hands are.
Show us your hands, Libra. You punk ass bitch. Show us your hands. You keep them up. I'm gonna knock your ass out. It says, "Show us your hands." Well, I could grip a basketball. Is that big enough for you, Valley? See, these girls are getting creepy on here. Are you even a girl? Probably not. What the hell is going on in chat,
thank you,
guys?
my PTSD for this.
Oh, my PTSD cannot handle my ADHD. I love that nickname. I love that name. But your fan turned back on.
Can you hear that? Fuck. See that?
Yes, you sounded so great, but I know you're gonna be
so bad. I tried to be like super quiet. Like I'm like trying to be. I need a fucking booth, is what I need. You know, I'm always like having to just shoot. I'm in the booth. I need a booth. Where's my booth? Oh, don't you know I need a booth?
You mean boost? Were you saying boost like Tyson would? I need a boost. I need a boost. I need a little bit boost of energy because to get me where I need to go and get where I need to get, just give me a couple boosts. Oh, hey, Sean. Hey, put that one back right there if you don't mind. That one, please. No one back there. I want to talk to this lady. Hey, lady, want to fornicate? I see you. Yeah, I want to fornicate. I can't wait to fornicate with you. It's the smiley faces. Yeah, you over there. Thank you. Can't wait. You know he said that once. Goodness, he's crazy, man. I love him.
Oh my God, I don't like the word fornicate or penetrate. Like those are so disgusting.
Oh yeah. Oh whoa.
I hate that. I'm like,
penetrate your mind. Penetrate your mind with my manipulation powers. Okay, enough of that.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, jokes aside.
Barb, you're making the chat blush. We're messing.
Somebody's covering their ears. Language. All right. Barb
right,
mailed
we're
the bread
gonna give you a ticket.
23.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
Well, okay,
That's
fine. You
Barb
win.
shut it down. She was like, "This is enough."
Yeah, right. I don't see a
Barb,
wrench. You're gonna give her
Barb,
a wrench just to shut me
Barb, you
out.
get a
Just.
wrench just for that because you're really laying the smackdown tonight. Okay. Oh shit. Oh, speaking of the smackdown, no, I'm just.
Oh
Oh
my
man.
god.
It's
Oh.
coming. But again, guys, I just want us all thinking about these shoes. I know I've kept us on this subject for far too long, and I'm like, no, don't go off of this. Let's do this. I need to know about these shoes. But when she said she's not blushing, she's rolling. She thinks it's funny as hell. Oh shit, you guys are so silly. But no, I mean, this is the thing, because like, these shoes are a big deal for me, and I keep going back to it, and like I said, this is one of the things I'll wake up and the first thing I think about is the fucking shoes. And it's like, golly, I need
You
to get
silly
this.
wankers. So check it out.
Yo,
All right.
wankas.
Did you hear this? I'm sure you have, and maybe you're the one that I heard it from. Okay, because it's all hearsay. Okay,
Okay.
it's all hearsay. Okay, so look here, kids. What we have here is okay. I'm gonna teach you a little something. Okay, and it's I think that she was wearing the similar shoes to Sebastian at TRH. Okay, and what do you think about that? Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Simmer down now. Okay,
Let's
Libra
think about
is
it logically, okay?
who
But
a
I mean,
girl
it's like a huge,
is
like,
who a
it's a
girl.
huge part
What
of
the
it,
hell?
because it's like, I'm just thinking if they handed him off somewhere, how that would play out in the whole deal. And I think the shoes would
Right.
would have been still on him, but I could be
In the
wrong.
damn cemetery. What the hell? Sorry to go if I'm rushing to the, but that too. It's like why all the activity at the cemetery? What's going on over there? I mean, in my opinion, it could have been done a lot smoother, where at least people wouldn't be speculating so much. But they made it so obvious that it's like you didn't cover your tracks enough. In my opinion, you didn't cover your tracks enough, and so that's why we're still here to taunt you and keep questioning you about what the hell's happened to Sebastian. And it's like the John Benet Ramsey case. Like something cut and dry, but it's so confusing because something is up. That's why it's so confusing, and that's why it's so crazy and doesn't make sense, because it's so simple. Really, something happened in that house, and and
Right.
somebody's covering for somebody, and they're not going to just tell you, because that will incriminate their family member, in my opinion. Which
Right.
I think their
Exactly.
son, actually, in my opinion, John Benet Ramsey, her brother, I think, did some crazy shit to her. And then the dad found her later on, because the cops said, "Look one more time." The cops didn't find her. It's like he had all this money too, though.
Yeah, and Patsy was weird too. She's kind of a strange lady, and then putting her baby in those, dressing her like she's, a 20-year-old when she's just a little girl. And again, we've talked about that kind of stuff here. I'm not knocking anybody that's been in pageants and all that. Like, I
I
mean, I
am.
obviously, I'm a girly
I'm a
girl. I
little
mean, I
teapot,
get it.
short and stout. Here is my cheese, my cherry pie, sweet cherry pie. Whoa, what the hell's going on in here? And then
Is that what
the
causes the twitching in the eye? Sometimes I get that, Shauna. Does that mean I have to drink more water?
low potassium, from what I
Oh,
understand. Eat bananas. Peel this banana. You liked it when I said that earlier. We were talking about appeals courts and appellates, and I said appeal. Well, appeal this a banana.
yeah, you did say that.
Damn right I did.
I didn't know that though. I'm just thinking that because there's been times where I thought it was stress. I'm like, oh my gosh, I need to calm down over here. My fucking eyes twitching.
My eyes are
But
bulging out of my
okay.
skull. You should see them right now. It's pretty crazy, and my pupils are big like pennies.
Oh my goodness.
I
Is
look
it
like
from the
Clint
coffee?
Eastwood. I look like Clint Eastwood in his mid-20s. You know where that came from.
Okay. So this one's
Oh
a
my
little.
God, Katie.
This one's a little-
No, who's that demon on the very right? Scared the shit out of me. Oh, that guy in the middle. He looks cool.
Yeah,
Look,
he
it's
does.
Sebastian. I love his face.
He's so
Sebastian.
cute,
He's
right? He's
funny.
adorable.
He's funny. He's making that face like, "Ha, you didn't scare me, but let's take a selfie."
Aw,
That's
he's
awesome.
so cute. I know. I do like this picture. I think it's cute. It looks like they were having fun. So Katie was the only one who was in the house with Sebastian that night. He vanished, quote, quote, vanished. That is another big mistake, right? Because it just doesn't make sense at all. The house was locked up tight, all the windows don't lock from the outside.
Right. Yeah. You
So
know,
it's a huge piece to me.
like you're just gonna get out the window, shut it, lock it, you know, go on your merry way and not be seen on any camera whatsoever. So yeah, that's just
No.
and it's so crazy, still crazy to me that the news is like it disappeared off the face of the earth. It was like they're hinting at everybody like something shady here, but we don't want to tell you. We're going to tell you something shady without telling you something shady. I was like, wow, disappeared off the face of the earth is a drastic way to put it, but it's so true. It's the narrative. It's so crazy. Anyway, sorry.
Right.
I didn't mean to. I'm starting to get pissed off, so please calm me down. No, I was kidding.
No, get it. I don't care. I was pissed earlier. I ended the stream like, okay, this is so I'm sorry, but this is some bullshit out here.
I just busted a hole in the wall, so I have
Oh
to
my
patch that
god.
up tomorrow. Yeah, I muted it, and my hand is swollen right now.
Oh no, you just took it
Yeah, I
out on the
fucked it up.
wall. Oh,
I
that
think I
poor
broke my
wall.
hand. Yeah, I think I
Aw.
broke my. I hit a stud too. It was like,
Oh,
oh
shit.
my god, dude. Yeah, I didn't know there was gonna be a stud back there, so it's like half hole, half stud. That really hurts the knuckles, man. It's oof, god, it's itches too. I need Benadryl. It'll be all right.
It's a Benadryl. Barb says maybe Scent Dog should have followed CP and KP's sense that night. And I wonder about that
Yeah,
too.
really, dude. Really, seriously. Good. Why did I think of that? Probably just
Yeah.
because they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it. They wouldn't. Hey, give me a sock of yours or something. Why? What do you want that for? Get out of my house. Stay away. Quit looking. Quit searching. You'll never speak again.
Right.
Sorry, Chris. Why are you threatening me? Get out of here, Cajun Navy. Scared the shit out of Cajun Navy not to come back for why they got scared like they did. I ain't scared of these people, but they
They're
don't know
still
who.
scared. They said they
Yeah, I
won't
don't
come
get
back without
security,
security
right?
clearance. I'm like, dude.
Yeah,
Uh,
our cops won't even do that, right? That just shows you something. The cops won't even do it as a public service to anyone, protect them. Like what? You have to get a private security company. What the hell is that about? You can't just get a cop or a sheriff or anything. Let's not do that. Get a punching bag. Somebody said about something.
well, the dog
Barb,
was not
I
scent specific. Is the whole thing too? Is that the dog wasn't looking specifically for Sebastian. It was just following a scent. So that's what's really confusing too. Hey, Alicia Hot Wheels, good to see you.
said they probably
So
sprinkled everywhere anyway, right? To sell a narrative, allegedly. Hey, Barb,
yeah,
that's exactly what happened. They said in the beginning it was a quote unquote family scent.
familial scent,
Oh, I'm sorry, familial scent. Sorry, I'm not
like
wearing glasses.
familial DNA.
Familial, familial recognition.
So that's interesting. I mean, I don't know. That is so. The thing is I've never heard so much fuckery in my whole life in a case. Other than Summer Wells, poor little Summer. But I mean, usually it's like law enforcement has some sort of like competency that they're working with here, and there's none. As many people as there were. I mean, it was a total shit show. You know.
Oh yeah, evidence being handed over that they don't want it. Like what? I'm giving you something that might be important. Oh, we don't want it. Well, okay, okay.
Unbelievable.
And then the searchers have to take it in their own hands. You're forced to take it in their own hands and get it to someone, and then someone runs off with it and disappears.
So it
Crazy.
all comes back to Katie because Katie was in the house last with Sebastian, in my opinion. You know, there's, and I was saying earlier too with Katie that I believe that Chris would have rolled on her really, really quickly. But since he's involved, in my opinion, he hasn't. He hasn't yet. Because if she's the only one left holding the bag, then nobody would be hiding things for her. Nobody, not even Chris, because they were already having issues. Um, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And Shauna says, I'll never understand the shoes, the camera, or the scent dog, lack of the scent from the scent dogs. I understand it, uh, actually why they are quiet. I do, but that's all my opinion, of course. Well, I mean, I think that's a really good point. Um, the shoes are a big one, right? The lack of camera footage is another one. The Delphi case was another, Shauna, and I think they got the wrong guy in that one. I do. So, and my PTSD also is saying Delphi as well. Delphi was awful. But boy, the Proudfoots are bumping it up. Well, and I mean, nobody was coming out and being as obnoxious at Chris and any of those. Well, Don Wells. See, I guess that's why I think of that of Summer is because of Don Wells, just him coming out doing all that outlandish crap. Um,
Yeah.
so
Don Wells, you're a hoe.
Don Wells is a hoe. Um, Inconsistencies in Katie's story, and I guess Chris too. But if she was the only, again, if she's the only one there, then it would be her story. Um, so the flashlight. Um, I'm trying to think exactly when that detail came out. I do know that when they did the FBI press release, I was like, it's a yellow flashlight? I didn't know he had a yellow flashlight. They never mentioned the color before.
Yellow. Or do they mean by amber? Or they mean yellow is what the color of the plastic on the flashlight is, like the handle?
Yeah, like the
The
color of the
keychain
flashlight.
the keychain flashlight, which is would not be seen by that camera. I'm sorry, like that. Like God, that was bright. It almost looked like somebody's flashing light on the other person. It's so bright, like their whole body. Weird, but
Yeah,
yeah,
because I
the
know,
yeah,
well, they talked about it in Chronicles of Olivia, right? This interview here, where there's, um, the different views of them talking. Um, but yeah, I mean, I think they might have mentioned something about that, he liked to fidget with the flashlight, but the flashlight wasn't working.
uh, yeah, so weird.
And then it makes it so hard too because again, I was saying earlier how Seth will come in here and he'll correct me at times, and be like, "No, but I remember when he was on panel with us, he said
Yeah,
that yeah, he had said um that Katie, well, that the Katie story was true. She was telling the truth about the shiny pennies, that Sebastian always did like to look for shiny pennies. He liked the shiny ones.
yeah.
So like
Lucky
in that,
pennies. If it's the same year anyway, it's a lucky penny. But yeah, shiny pennies. I'll pick one up too. Hell.
yeah, he likes the really shiny ones, but in the beginning I thought that was a lie from Katie. I mean,
Oh, okay, I got
until
you.
he corrected it, I thought she was lying. I was like, he likes shiny pennies, not Katie, okay. But I mean, it's because she's lied about so much and her stories have changed and she's been so inconsistent that I really did for a minute there think she's lying her ass off.
Yeah.
So, but that turned out to be true.
No,
Um,
didn't she say she went to bed at like 10 o'clock one time? And 12 o'clock another time, or 12 a.m. another time, and then 9:30. Didn't that keep changing too, or am I mixing
Yeah.
it up with when she heard the thud? Okay, what the hell?
Yeah, it did. Well, and the thud changed, First it was a noise, then it was a thud, then it was
Thud.
a bang.
Then it was a bang. Then it was a
And it
thunk. Then it
progressively
was a
got worse every single time. It's not like she's like, "Oh, I heard a noise." Well, what kind of noise was it? Oh, it's just like a little, noise in his room. I don't know how to describe it, but it wasn't very loud. A thud is like, you know, bump,
yeah, like so a body hit the flow, and you gotta check it out.
right.
Go see what happened, or
And a
say
bang
something.
is like a gunshot. Like, okay,
Yeah,
like that's what's
yeah.
scary. Um,
And
in
at the
my
same time,
opinion,
it's like an interpretation of it too. Like, what a bang to you might be a thud to me. So it's like, which one is? How do you really determine that, right? It's like,
that's true.
but their cameras are all gone because they got an upgrade, right? And their whole system. If you really want to know if somebody kidnapped your child, right, you would be running to law enforcement, and you would have looked at your own videos, and you'd be wanting a second eye to look at your videos, see if they see anything happen, right? Never happened. So
No,
you
they
think,
just like
right?
waited for everybody to show them the crap. No, you're right. I
Yet
mean,
you got
they
a camera in Faith's room, sees her every move when she,
well, and
or
Nina was like, "Oh, Christopher, didn't you have cameras in your house? I thought you guys had cameras." I mean, so even she
yeah,
thought that they had cameras, or at some point they did, and she knew about it. I don't know
yeah,
about them being in her daughter's room if she knew that or not, but I mean, she seemed to have known. And Alicia, that's a great point. The reason why I didn't get so heavily involved in Lily and Jack's case, because I have covered it here. But I could tell that the shit show was a brewing, and I wasn't going to do that to another kid because, you guys have to remember Sebastian's case was my first case, so that's the case I'm going to make mistakes on mostly. I'm going to learn as I go, and no, I would have done things completely differently if I had known that it was going to turn out like this. And poor, you got Jack and Lily's freaking grandma, junkyard Janie over there, can't be bothered to put a fucking bra on, and she's being interviewed by the damn national news. I mean, what's wrong with her? And I just couldn't do that again.
yeah.
But
This is
you're
not the CM.
absolutely right.
It's not the CMA fest. Come on, people. Golly.
Well, it's just sad, because it's
But
like it's one thing to point out, the ridiculousness in the case, but it's a whole nother thing to, like give these motherfuckers any sorry, this is where I get pissed again. To give these ass hats, any type of clout, any type of, here's Chris Proudfoot thinking that we want to hear from him. Like we can't wait to just hear from him. I wonder if when Chris is going to come back on and talk. No, the only reason we wanted you to talk is because we were trying to catch your ass up. Otherwise, we
yeah,
can't stand you,
exactly.
Chrissy Poo. We
Chrissy
can't.
pissy.
Yeah. We
Miss me with that Chrissy pissy kissy bitchy.
I mean, it's ridiculous. And and I don't want, again, these people, we never know what their motives are. It could be, look at Mackenzie Shirilla. She just wants to be famous. She wants everybody to talk about her, and it's all about me, 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 me. When there's two people, and we know that those two lost their lives. We don't know if Sebastian has. We don't. I mean, in my opinion, I think he's out there somewhere more than I think that he is not with us anymore. Um, but that's hard. That's hard to keep that faith. But um, I think it's a strong possibility. So, um, you know,
Yeah.
but yeah, that's the reason why I haven't partaken in all of that crap. And I probably could have had way more subscribers and followers if I would have jumped on the bandwagon of making fun of Janie and making fun of Daniel and given him the recognition that he so desperately is seeking. He's an attention whore, in my opinion.
Oh
His mother
yeah.
Janie is a trash bucket. And yeah, I just didn't want to do that again. I was like, I hope they find Jack and Lily, and I think about them. I pray for them. But I won't do that ever again in a case because that wasn't the way to handle it. On my part, I was wrong, by giving them clout like I did and making videos about them and showing them and stuff um, yeah. I even struggle with that with Mackenzie Sharilla's case. I really do. Because it's really hard to know what the right thing to do is, on that because that's what she wants. The more people that are talking about her mom's telling her, "Oh my god, they're talking about you. Oh my god, do you know that?"
Well,
You know?
but it's but look, it's just the simple fact that you just need to understand that you just need to see the evidence that of the innocence of my daughter.
Yep, and then that one too. Same
It,
goes for him.
the car. See the car. With the car the car was going. It was going fast, and yes, she killed she unalived somebody. Yes,
I can't tell you why the car was going so fast. I can't explain that away. Oh, well that's good. And he said that like how many times?
you just gonna have to ask the Dices. You have to ask the Dices.
Ask the diocese. Oh my gosh. I know, Shauna, I do want to keep the faith. You're absolutely right. We have to keep the faith.
Keep the faith, baby, yeah. Because it's just a matter of time for your confidence to me.
Michael
Old
Jackson.
Michael Jackson song. Got to
Ro-
keep the faith. Don't
Robbie Nee
wanna.
says Melissa's story. Melissa's story of already searching at 6 a.m. So I want to say she said 6:30, Robini. Like we've been searching since 6:30. So yeah, like at what point were they brought into the equation? I agree. Um, that's odd. You think that a good interviewer could have cracked KP, huh, Barb? That's
I
interesting.
do.
Welcome back, Bo.
When they're
You think
dumb
that's
enough to
true
keep
too?
talking. Yeah, I agree.
Hmm.
Hi, Poppy Love. Wait, Poppy
Poppy
Lover
love.
3675.
I'm just feeling good, or not feeling good at all. CP is a hothead. Yeah, no, I get that, Barb, and that's the thing that scares me. That's where the Farius act that's they hurt Sebastian comes into my mind. In my opinion, and I get that. Especially when they talk about some of the horrific things, or when Chris is like, "Oh, he could be dead in the woods," it's like, "Oh my gosh, really?" Like, I still can't believe he said that. Lieber, did you hear that interview with the retired officer?
Oh,
There,
mm. Yes. FS investigates.
no, not SF investigates.
No,
It
no,
was
FS. FS.
oh,
Backwards. It's
that's
him and his
right.
wife. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. No, you're right. You're right. I was
I
like, not
believe.
SF, not fishy.
I thought he
Okay.
was the one that I think when I was thinking about it the other day, he might be the one I was thinking of that was asking her about the information that got on the phone. Unless it was Mob Crew. He was talking to her about getting the information from that front door and if it opened up and all that. And hey, that information should be on your phone if it's connected to that app. And then she ghosted him, but I might be wrong. It might have been Mob Crew I'm thinking of. But yeah, I was just thinking about him the other day.
Well,
And they turn around and they see the crap too.
I
He's
don't
a
think they
retired
would have
police
talked to
officer.
Mob Crew.
He used to be in yeah, I wouldn't think so either. So I don't remember who I
Mm-mm.
heard it from,
I
but
think the only the neighbors are talking to him, as far as as far as I know, or as far as he said. But the with
yeah,
those two,
I think it was FS. So it was the guy. He used to
Katie
be in the
didn't
Marine
talk
Corps, and
to
he's a
them.
cop. He was a cop.
Yeah, he's an ex-cop. His wife's, used to be a teacher, retired from teacher.
Yeah,
Yeah, those are the ones. I thought though, I thought that he didn't. I thought they never talked to Katie either, though. I thought that only Chris would talk to them.
yeah. You had to talk to Chris. He won't
Well,
let
they
you talk.
recorded that conversation. That's when Chris said that either he's when Sebastian, because they're like, well, what, little Sheila, his wife is so sweet. She said, well, what do you think happened to sweet Sebastian? She's so nice. And he goes, either he's going to need extensive therapy when we find him or when he comes home, or he's dead in the woods somewhere, is what he told her.
Yeah, straight up. And then he said,
That's
I
crazy.
think that if somebody went up there, they went left on Long Hollow, then left on, so it got all these
Yeah.
directions, and it's like, that was way too specific, dude. I'm glad we're a
Right.
one party state. You're recorded, bud.
Yeah. And Barb saying that he told Chris Proudfoot told Seth, what if things go south?
Man,
You know,
what does that even mean? That's just weird.
well, the way I take it
Very weird.
is what if things go south is like, what if this doesn't work out? Like what if, I mean, yeah, that's scary right in and of itself.
Yeah.
Because nothing good can come of something going south, right? Like going south is like, something bad's, some shit's about to, go down.
Yeah.
Hello, Andrea. Good to see ya. My PTSD says Sheila and Fred and Katie never would set up a time or call them back. See, and that's what I was thinking too. I wonder who. Hmm. I wonder then what
Huh.
you're thinking of then. Also, CP said go to the church if you want to find him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that one, and I can't still find it. But I remember hearing that one when he's like, you need to go to church. If you want to fight the bad, you need to go to church. And then when she goes, then Web Sluts or whatever said, because that's what he calls them, right? They said, did you tell Seth that if he wanted to find Sebastian, go? Seth was like, he said, if I wanted to find my son, I would need to go to church or something like that. She goes, do you mean that? Then she put words in Chris's mouth, and he just agreed, which she shouldn't have done. Should have left it open. She goes,
Oh,
did you just
yes.
mean we need to get right with God and go to church again? He goes, yes, yes. And you could hear the panic in his voice. Yes, yes, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. And it was like, no, you didn't. You're just agreeing with her now because she doesn't put them words in your mouth.
Right.
Idiot.
I mean, I never knew what to make of that. I took it almost like
So weird.
it is weird. I took it as if like he was saying, like, say I was saying that to my ex, well, maybe you should go to church, I mean, I was thinking of it like that, like as if Chris does, or excuse me, as if Chris doesn't think that Seth is going to church enough, and that
Right.
if he wants to find Sebastian, go pray about it or something. That's the way I looked
Yeah.
at it. But
Yeah, he goes, if I wanted to find my son, I would need to go to church, is what he said to me, is what Seth said. Is like, yeah, it's crazy. Kind of like,
I
yeah,
know
like
that,
you need to get right, and then you'll find him. If you just go to church, maybe you'll find him because you'll get right with God. But then it just so happens that this place they were looking at in Oregon, or wherever the
uh-huh.
hell it was, God, my brain is just gonna be fried by now. But the park out there, or whatever, the pond, in Oregon or whatever, has
Hmm.
it's on off a church street or church road or something. And then there's that theory that it was the church by the cemetery has something to do with it. So he could be talking about that, or a Christian based school out like in Missouri where they abuse and do bad things, and sadly, but they're like not documented because not all states have to be documented with their little religious schools and stuff.
Homeschooling is
It could be so many
huge in
things.
Missouri. It's huge in Missouri.
Yeah.
Like I worked at a hotel as a sales manager, and we had a group of homeschool kids that would come every single year. and they were the worst little kids. Oh Lord, I'm not trying to be mean, but they I got a phone call first thing in the morning. You need to get up here because the kids wrecked the brand new rooms we just put them in. Like we just did remodels on the rooms, and they like took apart the beds and had the mattresses flipped over and oh my god, they were
Jackass.
so bad.
Some
I'm like, these
jackass shit.
badass little kids. And then the
Yeah.
parents were like, my little Johnny would never do that. And I said, who the hell did it then? Because they were in that
Yeah.
room.
Bullshit.
I was like, oh, so I was like, and you're in a hard position as that, because I mean, I didn't want to lose that account. I would have been in deep shit. But either way, it's huge out there. And they had basketball tournaments, and they had like all these different like, things that they were doing, that they would come stay at the hotel for. So, it's really big, and you're right, Libra. They don't regulate it like they should. Um,
Yeah, that's
it's kind of a
scary.
free for all.
I'm glad that girl made that daughter of that douchebag that was running one of those religious schools, Circle of Hope. I call it Circle of Hopeless. I'm glad he got caught, imprisoned. Was because he was doing all sorts of assaults as well. But either way, they had to make that had to happen for them to make a law on it, though. And it's like why would you never have had a law on where the documenting where these kids are going that they have to you have to
Oh,
license it? What in the world? Unbelievable. Yeah, it's like you might as well
I
let them have
agree.
be kidnapped and live on a somebody's farm and be tortured because that's what they just did. The law they should have sued. That state should have been sued. Just it's because they didn't have the law they couldn't be sued though, but they still should have gave some kind of I'm sorry, at least an apology or something like sorry this happened to you and we're gonna give you a brand new house or I don't know something. I
Well,
want my reparations, man. What the hell? Like, yeah,
I forgot to watch that documentary or try to
oh,
look
it's
for
good,
it, but I'd like to go watch it. Yeah, because I know you sent that to me last night. And
but
thank you,
yeah,
Alicia. Ford's Pond. It's Ford's Pond, Libra.
Ford's
It was
Pond.
on the
That's
tip of
right,
my.
Oregon,
I
right?
kept picturing, yeah, in Oregon. I kept picturing Katie's tattoo that they were saying looked just like Ford's Pond.
Yeah. Then it looks like the cemetery if you look at that on a map too. In a way, it almost looks
It
like
does.
kind of to me, but
What
it's
the
not quite a
fuck?
heart, but it's like the road on the cemetery is kind of round like a balloon, but where the trees are, you could make it look like a heart, right? It has that line where the Columbrium is, was about where the line would be. I imagined.
Oh,
I was like, that almost looks like she was doing that too, just because the cemetery at the time. I thought of it at the time. The cemetery is kind of a hot topic. But I doubt it. I
yeah.
mean, it's just one of them things where you just kind of try to see what you want to see in a way. Like, is this why? Is this it? You never know. It could
Well,
be,
I
but
think yeah, I mean, I don't knock any kind of, and that the same thing goes for, that's why I'm so hesitant to be like, guys, there wasn't just this big conspiracy that's going to go down at Texas Roadhouse in front of all the cameras. I mean, I can't say that with 100% certainty because I don't know either. I mean, so that's what's hard, because it's like I don't want to put the tinfoil hat on. I want to put the thinking hat on, but it's like, I mean, that look, what if we overlook something like that because we're like, "Oh, it's so outlandish, no way," but then that turns out to be, that's what it is. So, and I don't know, Chris and Katie are very sneaky. They're very sneaky, and they're very calculated, and with them being in the military, God only knows, they could have came up with some harebrained scheme, and that's why they made so many damn
well,
mistakes.
well,
Um,
Chris bred snakes, so
yeah. Yeah, exactly.
he loves snakes. Oh, I used to
Exactly.
breed snakes, and I love snakes, and I had all sorts of reptiles.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and
Snake in the grass, motherfucker. Excuse me.
he is he is. That he is, in my opinion. Katie was not properly interviewed by the police at the police station, right? She was left to like be um interviewed in the comfort of her own home. Um And then also Ken Widener was going over there every single morning to talk with the quote unquote parents, but that's not including his father.
Huh.
And I
Whew.
mean, I think anything is possible with them too, Bo. That's why I can't be like no 100% no, but then again, I just don't think that they would have done anything there. Um Barb Barb says according to the mob crew, the cemetery had more traffic than the Dunkin' Donuts on Sunday morning. You know, I think there's a couple of things
Yeah, it was
that
weird.
well, there's a couple of things that stand out to me about the cemetery, which I don't think Sebastian's there. I'll just put that out there. Um, and you know, when we do peer review on each other, we're peers of each other, right? Like YouTubers are peers of each other. None of us are experts. Neither is Mob Crew. You know, I know there's a lot of people that think he is, but he's not. We're all the same.
Right.
We all have something to bring to the table. We all have brains that we can turn on and work, right? And think about things and play out the scenario. So yeah, when we do peer review, it's peer review. So please look at it like peer review because I'm not saying anything bad about Mob Crew, but there's some things that stick out to me with the cemetery, and that's that there was activity allegedly 2 nights in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe he's there either, but I believe it could be evidence or an exchange that happened there. Something happened there that they decided to and they have such a convenient back road, through that gate, to go a back way as well behind there. So it's just all too convenient that something could easily happen that they would not be seen on. But there's the cameras at that church, so I'm just kind of confused of, well, they were bold enough to do it in front of that church, and surely they would scope that out too. And then that fire hall has cameras all over it, so it's like, huh.
And also, there's the Mason Lodge that's right there.
Yeah, that surely has cameras somewhere around it now. I don't know if it never always did, but it probably does now. It's been there forever too, as long as I lived here or there. I don't live in Hendersonville, but as long as I lived in Hendersonville a long time. But as long as I've driven by there, I haven't seen any, but I never really did take a good look at it, I guess. But that place has been there a long time.
Oh, it has been, yeah. Yeah, see, I'm not as familiar with the area, but because I went there like right before they were talking about all of this, um that's how I knew that that test that Silvers and Mob did together with whoever was helping them from the neighborhood was not accurate because it could not have been accurate at all because doing it 2 years later, that is, just to kind of preface that, because there's houses there and those houses aren't ranch houses. Those houses are huge, big, beautiful houses. So there's no way that 2 years later they were using x-ray vision technology to look through those houses, right?
No,
Because those
they're just
houses weren't
closer.
there.
Yeah, they're just closer. And I guess they supposedly got the right angle on what was the club room being, like lit up. But yeah, you can't get the same to be exact and know for sure. I don't think really either.
Because that
You
whole
can get
area
the
was
same thing.
open back
Yeah, it
when
used to be
Sebastian went
nothing.
missing.
Yeah, it was just construction at the time. A big field of construction going on, and then you could see way back, so crazy because all those trees in the way too makes it kind of confusing. Like, what are we looking at?
Hmm.
I guess Mob Crew looked at it for hours on end, but it's not enough to really know. You just see a little bit of light here and there, and it's like, well, what good is that going to do? I mean, I can't tell what they're doing. You can kind of see the direction they might be going, but you know, I don't know. It's just not really. solid enough to. And that Mason, that Masonic Lodge, I wonder if it has something to do with that church. I feel like they're affiliated with each other somehow. Could
I mean,
easily
they
be
very well could be. I
because
mean,
they're so
I
close to
just
that
thought
place.
to myself when Jen and Jeff took me there, I was like, man, this sucks that we weren't like the fact that I was there 2 years later. Well, I guess excuse me, I think it was before the 2 year mark, obviously, because Pigfest was October of 25.
Yeah,
Um, so not quite 2 years, but I was like, this is a huge disadvantage because the area has changed so much.
yeah, man. He
Yeah.
could have easily be, as far as we know, under one of those houses or something. And it's just how are you going
Oh,
to really find that? That's almost like the concrete theory. It's like, say the concrete theory is true. Well, how the heck are you going to get him out of St. Jude's and prove that he's in there and get all the probable cause affidavits to even do it? And, when you got nothing, it's like he could be easily hidden anywhere just about now because, if he was not alive, you know what I'm saying?
right.
They're, hiding a body or whatever. I hate to even go there, but
Me too. Do they
uh,
put but they put like bar rebar or what do they call that shit? I'm not a construction dude. I don't know anything about this. I'm a girl. I'm a very girly girl. Like if there's technical shit, I'm like, where's the guy? Where I'll go ask a neighbor. I mean, when I was single and living on my own, oh
yeah.
yeah, I'd be going over there knocking on my, male neighbors. Hi, I'm a girl and I'm stupid. Can you help me? Yeah, I don't have a problem doing that ever. At all ever.
Right.
Oh, Libra, there's bears in Tennessee's in the woods, aren't there? I mean, there you guys have like black bear and
And not unless they get loose. One got loose in Nashville somehow, but they're in Chattanooga. Those are down in Gatlinburg, eating off the
okay,
restaurants and stuff, and they're in those kind of woods, but not in Hendersonville and
gotcha.
Gallatin. Typically, no. Yeah, you're not going to find. Well, one was running loose in Nashville, and I think it somehow got loose from the zoo or something, or maybe somebody transported it from down south in Chattanooga somewhere. But yeah, it's the real hilly. That's where they're at for whatever reason. It's just, I
Cool.
guess, because they have somewhere to live. It's more wilderness down there,
Well,
but here
yeah.
there's a lot of deer here for sure. Wild deer everywhere,
Hmm.
rabbits, deer, raccoons, stuff like that. Woodchucks, but yeah, you're not going to see any deer in Hendersonville like that. No, be
Any
calling
bears?
out.
Yeah, yeah.
Let me call up help if there is. Huh? Let me call animal pros real quick. Help.
Yeah. Well, it's like you said though,
That's
it's like because
scary.
they don't have anywhere to live because it's all built up and everything. So yeah, but
Yeah,
I
I
know
don't.
what you mean though. If
Yeah,
there are
the
bears,
habitat.
sometimes when they build stuff up, that's when you see them come out because their home is taken.
They'll get in your
Yeah.
car and hide it and everything. Yeah, be in your car. What the hell? There's buffalo in Hendersonville too. Somebody has a farm with some buffalo on it. I saw. I was like, holy crap, that's really cool.
Okay.
But that's
Yeah.
like their livestock, so it's different. But it's not like they're wild out there. But I thought that was neat anyway. But yeah, yeah, just no bear got him. No deer got him. Uh, in my opinion.
Oh, there was a bear sighting,
Now we do.
Gallagher says, near Plantation, Gallatin last week.
Oh no way. That's weird. I didn't think there was any out here, but I guess that could happen
Maybe
sometimes.
they built something up. See, I know sometimes that happens where there will be some, but you don't see them, and then they'll come out when they're building stuff up.
That's so wild.
That is
That's
crazy,
like that's not far from where I'm at. Hell.
huh? Yeah, because I wasn't sure. I saw a shit
I
ton
don't
of
think.
deer signs, and I've seen deer there, but so. Oh, Barb says check the sewer tanks at at certain campgrounds. Yeah, like Yogi Bear and what was the other one?
Yeah,
Easy
really.
Days. Easy Days is where Silvers had gone and talked to them, and they said that um, Chris and Katie or excuse me, allegedly Chris had stayed at Easy Days. campground.
Uh, oh, okay. Campgrounds. I just wonder if they'd even want to, if they were to say he wasn't with us anymore and they wanted to do something nefarious. I just don't know that they would keep it close to them in any way. It was weird though. It gives you the heebie-jeebies though when they're, you know, the shit socks were leaving. When JLR, approached them, they were leaving the house. It's kind of like, I know your family and all, but what are you doing at that house around this time? It's kind of eerie, like, just
Yeah.
eerie because so many people have so many theories, but it's like, well, surely they wouldn't let the cops all in their house if they were hiding them in there somewhere. Surely not. That side door, what do you think about that? I mean, they just claim that they're not, nobody goes in and out of it or has gone in and out of it. But that side door in that house goes right into that damn ditch where those lights were seen. I just thought that was
Which one?
weird.
Which one was
It's
that?
like a basement door on the Proudfoot's house, or like some kind of like crawl space door. It's
Uh
pretty big
huh.
though. I don't know if it's a crawl space, but it's I think a basement door, and it'd be so easy to walk out that door. Now they planted real big bushes around it where you can't really see the door.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, it used to be where you could see it, but yeah, you just a white door, and you could easily walk him in and out of there. What if you're hide him in that basement or something? Or oh, you know what? She did say something. Wait a minute. She said something about he could be maybe in a basement somewhere. What, Katie? I
Well,
remember her
here's the thing
saying
about
that.
that door, Libra, is it's not fenced in.
Not at all.
So I think that's how she got out. And we've talked about that before because I was like, do you think that I did like a search a record search on their home, and I figured out that because our friend Sasha, who used to be in chat a lot, she was like, what about the crawl space, the crawl space, the crawl space? Well,
Yeah.
I was like, do you guys, I made a thumbnail about it and everything. And I was like, do you think that Sebastian was taken out through the crawl space? And I think that that's a strong possibility that he was, because that would be the only way they could have gotten out without going out the gate or hopping the fence.
Or the front
And
door.
then after we talked about that is when they covered it up with the bushes.
Yeah, so weird,
And then
man.
I got a lot of hate comments like, "Oh, you're stupid. They didn't do that." Well, yeah, I'm
Well,
not
how do you know,
stupid for one.
motherfucker?
Okay, so let's just stop there. But
Yeah,
I
how do
mean,
you
when
know,
it comes to
motherfucker? That's
guy
so
stuff,
funny.
I am, but I just, explain that. But yeah, with that, like that would be the logical place where they would, because, and I also figured out that they don't have a basement; they only have a crawl space, but the crawl spaces are bigger because they don't have a basement. If that
Oh,
makes
okay. So
sense.
it's like a half-ass basement. You don't really like. You can't. No room to do anything in there.
You can't put anything down there. I can't remember the exact measurements, and again, I'm bad with that kind of stuff, but um like, yeah, we wouldn't be able to walk in there. Like, nobody would be able to walk around down there. They'd have to crawl. That's why they call it a crawl space. But they would have to have crawled, and Katie would have had to have pulled Sebastian, either if he's sedated or if he was hurt. Um, she would have had to pull him through that area to get him out that little trap door, right, and then out um, at 3 a.m. And that's how I think they got out. And it's been
Hmm.
so long since we've even talked about that. I can't believe you brought that up, and it jogged my memory because yeah, we talked we that's why I was like, "What door?" And I was like, "Oh my god, yes." And then
Yeah.
you when you said they covered it with bushes, I'm like, "Yeah, they did," because I think it was Justin from Clutch Them Pearls had gone past there, and you
Oh
could
yeah.
see it,
Yeah, and you
in
can't
his
anymore,
video.
right? Because it's like these high ass bush type things around it. So weird.
Thank you, Raised Foundation Valley Gal. Yes. Yes. Yeah, and that's where the basement would be in her house, Janet, because they don't typically have a basement. Um, but when you look on the listing, for the home, it'll say next to basement, it says yes, crawl space.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir, because I looked it up.
Still
Because our friend
possible.
Sasha was coming in here and she was very adamant. She's like, "Lady, look at the crawl space. Look at the crawl space. Look at the crawl space." And I'm like, "Sasha, what are you talking about, girl?" And at first I'm like, "I don't know what," but I'm like, she's very smart. Our friend Sasha, she
Yeah.
is. And so I was like, "Okay, I'll look into it." And that's what made me look into it,
What I kind of
was
wonder
that she was
is,
so adamant.
how do you get in the? Is it like an attic where you can get in there any other way besides that door out there? Because some of them you can only get in and out of that door on the outside of the house or whatever. Like, or you know what I mean? Um, oh, how do you do it?
I think that's how she got in and out
Some are
undetected.
under decks, like front decks and stuff, where there's like a way to get in and out. But if it's an in and out only, there's no other door to get in there from like the floor or anything, which I don't imagine there is. Maybe I'm wrong. If there's two doors, a way in and a way out. Oh yeah, you for sure could have went down through that way, and then off into the dark you go with whatever.
Right.
Uh, yeah, man, it's something to explore, but I don't know if there's any
Isn't that
much on
wild?
it. Yeah, it is. I just wonder.
Hang on.
I would really love a blueprint of that damn house.
Me too. There's a weird little door in there upstairs too. There's a attic space door that leads to some sort of storage or attic space in the bonus room above the garage.
Yeah,
So, but this is what we were looking at, and you see, like, you can't stand up, so they would actually have to do like an army crawl through. And this is a much larger one. Obviously, it depends, but I thought it said something like 3 feet, and that's just for that way if it floods or
yeah,
something,
okay,
there's water. The water can run through there.
yeah, yeah. You want some kind of. I think they have a standard for that or whatever.
And did they ever look to see if any of that shit was disturbed? That's another
Doubt
thing
it.
too. I
I
doubt it
think
because they
he's in a
they were so
basement
late.
somewhere. So
Yeah. Oh, here's a
crazy.
little door,
But why would you
kind of like
be?
that.
You kind of wonder, like, if you went through that crawl space with someone or drug them through it or whatever, you'd think, like, why would they exit it and then go outside with a flashlight, or unless you're just got them and put them in that crawl space and then you got out of that crawl space, right? And then went through the front door, or then went up through there somehow and got it back in the house. Um, yeah, what would be the point though if you think about it, right? But when we think about, because then it's like, you're just putting them down there in a crawl space. That's kind of weird. It's like very odd.
Yeah, and that's what this one is.
If he was alive, you wouldn't probably do that. That's what I'm trying to say, I guess. If he was alive, you wouldn't want to do that. If he's not alive, you would do that, but you'd have to like stop the body decomposition smell and everything else from happening if you don't want to get caught. So it kind of doesn't make sense, right? It's like, unless you had something ready in there, like a grave ready under there or something crazy, which is kind of
Well,
wild,
look at how
probably.
they were looking for that little boy, because we covered that one together, and that little boy was in the attic the whole time,
Yeah,
and
he
they
was in the
didn't
attic,
even
man.
they didn't even look
Crazy.
there. Like, they didn't even look.
The cops did though, thank God. But yeah, still, if they're like the cops in Sumner County, they won't find shit.
And there was literally a ladder that led up to it. It's not like, you
Yeah,
couldn't tell
attached
how
to the
they got.
wall.
What the hell? I mean, come on. We got to be a little bit,
Yeah,
man.
guardians and parents, you got to do better, man. Come on,
Yeah, and I mean,
come
like,
on.
if we're looking at this is encapsulated. They're calling it encapsulation, so that way that, like, it looks like there's like a tarp, that's put down.
Yeah,
But yeah, I mean, I think that's how they got out of the house without, you know, I think that's how they got out of the house undetected. Oh, that one needs a sump pump.
the
But
the crawl space,
yeah.
so crazy. Wouldn't you be dirty though? Like really dirty.
Yeah,
Her
but she
date.
could go take a shower. Her lights were on at 3 a.m. You know, I don't think she
Yeah,
got any sleep
true.
that night.
And some of them crawl spaces aren't just dirt. They'll have a whole setup where they do them real nice, where they have a
Like
floor.
this one.
Like, yeah, is it? My
Look at that.
lord.
You're not going to get dirty down here because this is all. I mean, it
Oh,
might
I'm
get a
not
little
looking at
bit
your.
yucky, but
My bad. I was not even looking at the. Yeah,
are you
exactly.
not paying attention to me? Oh my gosh. No, I'm just kidding.
I was
Look
on
at
a
me. Look
different.
at me. No, come on in, everybody. Come on in.
Come
No,
on in, come
just
on
kidding.
in. Look at the crawl space. Come on in, come on in. We got the crawl space. Yeah, it's a real nice crawl space, man. That's really yeah. See, when it's nice like that, like the one right here. This what is a crawl space foundation definition, pros and cons. That's gorgeous. That's like I could sleep down there.
Yeah,
Let me
really.
just
That's
give
like an
me a
extra bedroom. That's a bonus room right there.
pillowcase or
Non-conforming.
something. Yeah, man.
So yeah, this
Yeah,
is
that'd be very
interesting.
easy to do in a basement somewhere. He's in a. I think he's in a basement somewhere. Maybe in a basement somewhere.
Or she's telling her on
Weird.
herself on how she got him out of the house. You know.
Yeah,
And here's
fucking
the thing:
weird.
if Sebastian was, if say Sebastian was given something right to sleep, maybe she could have got him to go on his own, and he crawled through there with her, like followed her through or something. You know, too. I don't know, but
So wild.
I know, Janet. That's what we're trying to do, hon. I know that's why we're speculating on some of the same subjects that we've kind of already gone over, because I mean it's something we've all missed, right? And again, not to keep going back to Mob Crew, but when he found out that Katie put the earbud in, I mean, we had all looked at that footage over and over and over again, right? But a fresh set of eyes, and he had the fresh set of eyes, and he's like, "Look, she's putting an earbud in her ear." You know what I'm saying? So again, it's just, it's like because we were sitting there racking our brains, and then he goes and looks at it, oh wait, look what she's doing. Oh look, we see something new now, right? Nobody else caught it besides the mop crew. So, well, to the best of my knowledge, um but again, I didn't hear much about anybody saying anything about it. um so I think that it would have made all the difference in the world if Katie would have been taken down to the station in question, because after all, she is the last one to see Sebastian. And Mr. Snuggle Struggles over here doesn't give a crap about doing proper protocol or procedures.
No, he doesn't.
And then half of the people don't know he's even a Snuggle Struggle. Um,
Yeah, what the hell? Golly. Get
what's
with
up
the
with that?
program. Yeah, get with the
Yeah.
program, people. You gotta understand who Officer Snuggle Struggle is. Okay.
We need to know who we're dealing with here. I'm glad that you're spreading that awareness though, Libra. I know it's hard too. I mean, it's hard, you know, and people are
Piggy
going to believe what they
face.
want to believe. They are.
Yeah, exactly. People believe what they want to believe. That's the conclusion I came to. They're not gonna, go to a rock concert if they're got tickets to a rap concert, right? People will hear what they want to hear. They'll believe what they want to believe. So be it. Can't win them all, but we will still try to reach our fellow man and give them information and try to help our fellow man and
Well, and especially, weren't you
look
saying that
out.
you were talking to a lady, a female, about that?
Um, about people hearing what they want to hear.
No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. The when you were saying that, wasn't it a lady on Hip Gallatin or somebody that was asking about the snuggle struggle
Yes,
situation?
she's a
So I
local.
think, yeah. So I think that like a lady hearing that now, correct me if I'm wrong because you're a guy. I don't
Yeah,
know, but I mean, I bet you when she heard that, she was like, "What in the fuck?" You know.
yeah, she was. She was like, I'm from the area, and it's pretty wild to hear that. And we all think it's weird that this happened in our community. And I'm like, oh yeah, they're just really disgusted with it. Like, oh
Yeah,
yeah,
but people need to know that because the thing is that people might not know. Because if I looked at Craddock, and guys, don't come for me. I know I don't like him. I don't. But he's not half bad
he got
looking.
that innocent boy
He's
look.
young.
That's all. He's not good looking. He's
He
just innocent boy look. He's just pretty boy,
Yes.
frat
That's what
boy,
it is.
bitch
Thank
boy,
you.
bussy,
Bitch. I said
cocksucker.
don't come for me, Libra. Come on.
Oops, sorry, my bad. Whoops a
You're
daisy.
coming for me. No. No.
Rawr. Bada
You're like
bing,
he's
bada
an
boom.
innocent little bitch boy. But no, you're right though. He's got that pretty boy Scout look. And if I didn't know any better, I'd be like, oh, he looks like a nice young sheriff.
And
And
that's what he's
oh,
used to. And he loves it. He loves that attention. Don't you stop it. You stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
I know. I should never say it out
I'm just
loud,
kidding.
but I was actually like creeping on one of the hate channels a long time ago, and and everybody in the chat was like, "Sheriff Craddock's so hot. He's sexy. He could arrest me." And I'm like,
What the hell?
bleh,
I
you know.
saw one like that. It was just, oh, where was that? It was, yeah, it was pretty disgusting.
A frat
Oh,
boy.
it's the
Oh my
Henderson.
god.
It was the Hendersonville Police Department themselves posted this, and I thought it was very inappropriate because the cop kept looking over at the camera and winking, and then he'd go back to arresting this girl, and he'd say
Oh,
something. There's a big black guy who's like all muscle and being a pretty boy and all this stuff. And I'm like, aren't they gonna? Isn't this out of line? It's just that this guy's arrested, winking at the camera, arresting girls, and they were younger. And I was like, what a look for. I just posted on there. I was like, on a comment, I was like, what a good look for Hendersonville Police Department, you fools. They didn't say shit, of course. They're just like,
well, I mean, I
I'm
think
entitled
people
to
need
my
to know
opinion.
because the women will not like to hear something like that.
But the
Because
damn
look,
women in the DMs and the comments didn't help by going, he can arrest me any day. I'm like, no, this is inappropriate. Come on, man. Stop allowing this
it's
shit.
inappropriate.
Advertising your police department with this. I just thought it was crazy.
Well, here's the
That's
thing.
how
Like,
desperate they are
okay,
to hire cops. I mean, come on.
like hypothetically, if I was to go on a date with somebody and we were getting intimate, right, or whatever, and at a certain point, it was like, because I don't know. Have you ever been on a date with somebody and you decide like it was a good date and you had a good time and you want to give them, you want to kiss them, so you do, but then the kiss was almost like kissing your brother. I know that you don't, a
Oh,
brother. I know that's kind of odd to put it to you like that, but it was like
Fiesta.
the chemistry was there, but then it was shot down when you kissed them. You're like, ooh, well, I don't know about that. And so like at that moment, but
Butt
what if,
breath.
yeah, like, or maybe they have bad breath or something, and so
Ass
then
breath.
you're like, I don't want to continue on with this, right? And at that point, when you decide like, hey, okay, great, okay, that didn't work out well, like that should be when you say no, no is no. But for Craddock, him saying that it's just a snuggle struggle, that means that
God.
if I was hypothetically on a date with him and we kissed each other, right? Like the kiss is consensual. Let's just say that the kiss is consensual, but then I decide that's all I want is a kiss. But then he goes into, feel me up or something, right? And I say, no, 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 I just wanted to kiss you. Say it was a great kiss and I liked it, but I didn't want to go any further than that. But he looks at it as in a snuggle struggle, so he forces himself on me, and that's what he's saying. That rape is okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like it's just so wrong. Like and I think women would understand that, but the same thing goes for a guy, I guess, too. I mean, if a woman just throws herself, I don't know.
Yeah. So weird. Such a
It's just
weird
so
thing to
weird.
say. A fucked up thing to say. Gosh, this coffee's wearing off. I don't know if it can keep me awake anymore.
did you did you drink way too much coffee and now you're coffeeed out?
Probably.
The
Man.
smacking of the gum, Valley Gal. Exactly. Yeah. It's hard for me too. I think his personality though too. I'll tell you this. His personality when he was on the YouTube platform, the Freedom Caucus, show that they have here. Um, that personality would make me think, oh, he's a nice guy. He's personable. He's kind. he seems generous. He likes to give guys Gatorade. Oh, he's just such a nice Boy Scout. Like you said, Boy Scout pretty boy, right? But then in Sebastian's case, he reminds me of Chris Proudfoot.
Yeah.
He does. He reminds me a lot of Chris Proudfoot. Um, so I think that's where, it's just kind of like a night and day difference. Um, but in my opinion, they didn't treat the house like a crime scene. So I still think that there's more evidence in the house. I do. I definitely do. I definitely think that there's more evidence in the house. And they absolutely contaminated the crime scene, which what you were talking about earlier with Jean Bonnet, Libra, like that. Um, there was all kinds of people in there. The same thing goes for Elizabeth Smart. I think it was her uncle that was like, "Ooh, I'm touching everything in the house."
Yeah. Yeah, good job contaminating the crime scene, you fuck idiot.
It's all your fault. The water boy.
Stupid, idiot, stupid, freak, dumbass, idiot, stupid, dumb, dummy,
Stupid dumb dummy.
you dumb, dumb. Where's my gum gum? Hey, dum dum, where's my gum gum?
Dumb dumb. Well, and I'll say too, he is arrogant, Valley Gal, and that's a big one too. I mean, and he does act like a saint. My PTSD, he acts like a saint. Like, oh, look at me, I hand out Gatorade to the guys, and even though I have all my paperwork I got to get done, I'm still right here to do the right thing. And
Yeah, okay. So full of shit.
yeah, I'll say, and I think that that was another huge deal. And it's like there's no accountability for that either. Or we have yet to see it. Maybe there will be. I'm not saying there won't ever be, but you know, this is one that's kind of, I don't know. This is a tough one for me
That's not Green
because I
Hoodie
hate.
on the left, is it? Got that
Oh
hair.
no, that's his teacher, Patricia
I'm just
Szymanski.
kidding. I'm just.
Yeah, I like her. I do, and I like his teachers. But I also, like, I can't help but be like, wow, I can't believe they didn't help him. Like, they knew, but they didn't, or maybe they did everything they could and reported it, you know? Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. It's just a hard one, right? It's really hard because, you know, it's like the neighbors. I hate to blame the neighbors and say, well, you guys were given the footage, but I mean, that's how I feel. The teachers, I think they knew when they reported it, um, but it just wasn't good enough, unfortunately. Um,
Yeah.
oh, the throat signal that Katie made. Yeah, Robini, exactly,
Yeah, I
exactly.
know. That was the weirdest freaking thing. And he was doing that freaking that was weird, man. I saw that and I thought I was the only one that saw that until I saw that there was videos on it. And but when I watched the interview myself, I went, "Whoa, what did she just do?" And then I looked it up and all sorts of people were pointing that out and I was like, "Okay, I thought I was the only one for a minute." And I was like, "Yeah, that's shady. That's very strange." And he was and then she redirects back to and we were on three-way and it was like, "You're saying he was what?" He was that was weird. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Sounded
she
like it was
goes, and
going a
he was
weird.
already.
He was already, that's right. And he was already like out of it, like out. Is that what you're saying? So you running around with your windows shut because was he in the car? Was he in the car when you're going back to the school and then you freaked out and no, I better not ask them for help and I better go somewhere else or I better hide him or I better what did you do? What happened,
Oh,
Katie?
I'm glad you said that though too, because okay, so um, there's been also speculation saying that Katie could have had Sebastian in her car, and then met Jay Leno over at
Yeah.
the Worshams. I'm glad you said that because yeah, that kind of ties into what we talked about earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, could have easily done that exchange. So it's like there's a couple exchanges. Did you need a babysitter for that night and something went bad or something too, or what happened, man?
Do you think Katie snapped, or do you think it was premeditated?
Ooh, um,
Hmm.
let's see. It's hard to say, but I felt like it was an accident that they tried to cover up. I just do.
You think
I,
it was an accident that they try to cover up? Yeah.
yeah, I kind of do because I don't think they would have meant to. I think they'd be a little bit too worried about Seth. And then when he says, "Don't be mad, Seth," but Sebastian's missing. What? I,
Don't be mad. Don't be mad. I mean, that's not something you
yeah, when
say
he's
like, "Oh my god, that's so true." Like it's like, "Oh man. What do you expect him to do?"
yeah, exactly. And it's like, okay, you wouldn't have probably done this on purpose because everybody's gonna naturally you should know that everybody's gonna start pointing at you and what happened to him or what you might know. So I think it was more of an accident, and then now they're trying to really just cover the tracks and defend themselves, and it's frustrating them because they can't really defend themselves enough, and everybody's still gonna is still questioning them. Hey, what happened? And they didn't expect to get this whole world of, um, you know, everybody really just after them. You know, they made themselves famous.
Damn. I mean, like
But
I think that's such an admission of guilt when you say something like that would be like if I was babysitting your kid. Say I was babysitting your kid and I mean, this is a whole nother level because it's a step parent, but just
yeah,
even a hypothetical, let's just even like lessen it, right? Like, okay, I'm babysitting your kid, and then I call you when you get off work, and I say, Libra, don't be mad, but I've lost your child. I mean, it's kind of
yeah.
like that is like guilty
Did you
already, right?
accidentally do something?
Right.
Yeah, it's weird. It's odd.
And Bo
Um,
says the storage units that she thinks that they might have that Katie may have brought him to the storage unit.
I went over there and looked at those. By the way, I couldn't really.
You
I
did?
think I did. Yeah, I think I did see the camera that's on them. I can't remember. I
Oh,
remember
there's a
looking for a
camera.
cam. I remember looking for a camera. Um, I don't know if I saw one or not. I can't remember now. Yeah, I went over there. I went over there before. Drake's Creek's nasty too. It's right behind it. There's just so much dirt, like trash in there from litter. It's like, man, this easily could be evidence, but am I going to pick up everything as evidence and just be like, hey, it's a bag of chips that they might have touched? Well, no, I'm probably not. But
Mm,
I heard there was stuff found in that area, I believe, like the mattress and stuff. I heard was, I think, in that
that
area,
mattress pad, yeah.
like yeah, oh, at Worsham's, I think the mattress pad, yeah, and yeah, the storage units. I don't know that they're wide enough to fit a car inside, but that was something that uh, Jay from that night was wanting to know, and I didn't measure them, but I think they're too thin for a car, unless you got a smart car. They're not,
Oh, like to
wide,
fit a
wide.
whole car in the storage unit? Yeah, I
Yeah,
think so
they're trying to
too, 'cause I was
speculate on
I've been
that.
over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been over there too, because Jen took me over to Warsham's and then I filmed, like, the creek back there or the little river that goes through there. I don't know
Yeah.
how high it was. When I went there, there was a drought and it rained the last day I was in town, so
Wow.
mhm. Yeah. But I could see what you're saying, Bo, because I mean, if they put, say they did that and they put Sebastian in the storage unit, which I hate to even think about that, but
Yeah.
they could have because they didn't check there.
Yeah. And then just pick them up the next day, move them again, move them again, move them again.
Right.
drive all the way over the United States with Brinks van
With
that
the
you're not supposed
Brinks.
to. Yeah, you know, going to
I don't know
Anaheim,
what to make of
California.
that either. And I also don't know what to make of Chris Carr allegedly saying, "What if this goes south?" Like, who said that he said that?
Yeah, I've never heard that till today. I don't think. I think you told me about that maybe yesterday.
So allegedly, it was at. So there was a vigil that was held in the neighborhood, and I have to, I hate to just like blame Bobby for everything or any kind of spillage or leakage, but she's mainly the source. I hate to say
Okay.
it. So Bobby, if you didn't say this, I'm sorry. If you did, well, here we go. But yeah, I mean, allegedly one of the neighbors had said that because they said there's a couple cops that live in the neighborhood, and that they showed up for the vigil, but then the family, Chris and Katie, sent like a representative from their family, and they didn't attend. But allegedly
Huh.
at that, yeah, who does that?
Golly.
I know, I know. Only a guilty person, in my opinion. But yeah, like allegedly, that's where Chris Carr was like, "It's bad, it's so bad," and so someone said that he said that. So of course it's hearsay.
Yep.
But I'm guessing it was Bobby. And if it
Hmm.
was Bobby, like I told you guys earlier, I believe her. I don't know that I trust her anymore, but I believe her as being truthful. Like I don't think she's a liar.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
I'd like to see more of her stuff too. As I think I've heard her on audio, and if I haven't, then I've definitely seen where it was being talked about, where she was, yeah, all this involvement she had with that neighborhood and everything. She was from that neighborhood, right? So, um, yeah, the stories about um,
Yeah.
I heard the stories about seeing him in the dark wearing all black and jumping out in the road and be, what the hell are you doing out here? And it's like, what? With night vision on his head and all this weird shit. And it's like, I don't know if that's true or not. So,
I did.
like
Yes. Yes, I do remember that.
Splinter Cell was going on. And it's like, if somebody witnessed that, surely he could say he was in Memphis because we got a witness now. And I guess that's just not relevant to anything. I mean, so
Uh,
crazy to me. So
well, and I
crazy to me.
mean, and and Bo, yeah, I know. So Chris is the one that said that to Seth, right? What if this goes south? But Chris Carr, the neighbor, allegedly was at the vigil and said, "It's bad. It's so, so
Yeah.
bad."
Like something bad
And
happened. Like he knows something we don't know.
right,
Why say that? You know?
right, exactly. Why would you ever say something like that? Like, because especially out loud. I mean, and if you're sitting there crying at the vigil, then keeping that to yourself would have been, it would have been normal to see somebody upset at a vigil for, a cute little kid like Sebastian here, you know. But to say it out loud, it's almost like he wanted someone to hear how he was feeling. If that did happen, but see who said it, because if Bobby said it, I believe it. If somebody else said it, I want to know who, and I want to see the receipts, and because
Yeah, exactly.
otherwise,
So
yeah, I
tired of that
can't.
shit, man. I'm so tired
Me
of it.
too. Well, because then it's sending us down a damn rabbit hole that we don't need to be on.
Yeah, that's just misinformation again.
Big
If,
time.
if it's not true, if it's not, back the shit up and quit. That's why Crime Time Buzz kind of messed me up because it's like, wait a minute, you just said this dumb stuff. Then she put on that guy that she took it down now. So I kept commenting saying, take this down. This is disrespectful to John Walsh's family. But, oh, this is a real Adam Walsh. And I'm going to have him on the show. She had the guy on the show. This guy was obviously mentally screwed up, claiming he was
What?
Adam Walsh.
I
Yeah,
miss
and
everything
he's
good.
still alive. Yeah, he's still alive and all this. I said, this is bull crap, and you're saying it
What?
as fact. And she deleted that video. I said, this is totally disrespectful to the family. They're probably going to sue you. She took it down.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so dumb saying that Adam Walsh is alive. This is some guy that's obviously got nothing better to do but pick his ass in his room, you know, like just being a
Oh,
weirdo. He's a very strange person. And he said, well, they're not going to claim that I'm alive because they don't want me in their life or whatever. We have a bad relationship. It was the weirdest
what?
freaking lie. Yeah,
They found his head. He had his little Adam
exactly.
Walsh.
They said that was somebody else. It's a conspiracy. And then she was believing this and just feeding right into it. I'm like, you're an idiot, Jay.
Oh
Or is that her
no,
name? Jay?
no, Jay,
With
yes,
fucking
no.
at night. Yeah, man. She was doing that shit.
Well,
Stupid.
what I got upset
Lost a
about
lot of
is she was
respect in her.
saying, and I guess it didn't upset me, but I was like, you're saying that the Brandon Carter was a black man, right? Like, because
Yeah.
she had this picture
It's
of
not a
this
black
poor
man.
guy, and he's a cop, and I'm like, what if he's like a really good cop? And then on top of it, you're like, this is Brandon Carter. Be mad at him, and it's like, oh my god, no! And all you
Yeah.
have to do is do a quick
Defamation.
search. That's all you have to do is type in Brandon Carter, Sumner County Sheriff, or whatever, and you'll
Yeah.
find him very easily. So I don't know where she got that from,
So crazy.
but I had no idea about that other thing.
Yeah. You probably can't find it now. I should have screen recorded that.
Yeah, I want to
Golly.
see it. Where's
How
the receipts,
ignorant.
Libra? Where's no, just teasing.
So ignorant to do that. It might still be up. I hope it is. I hope it is up there somewhere. Did you look it up? I'm gonna look it up right now. I'm curious
Well, I
now.
mean, if she works closely with At Night, why are they letting her do wreck herself like that? I mean,
Exactly. I reckon everybody else too, lying to everybody, not realizing it.
yeah.
How dumb can you be? Great voice, great, intentions, but
I love
really
her
stupid if
voice.
she's doing that,
Mm-hmm.
Crime time buzz. Let's see, crime
Man.
time. I'm looking it
Hey,
up right
Justice
now.
Renewed. Oh man, I had no idea about that because I mean, that was one of the biggest true crime cases out there is Adam Walsh, and we all know that
Oh,
his poor mother was at the department store, and she, turned around and he's gone.
yeah, here we go. You can see this psycho. I'm gonna send you the link. Golly, so dumb.
Oh boy.
Is he still alive? She just feeds into the shit. Are you serious?
That's why I
Golly.
make people send me receipts because some people will troll you and they'll see. Okay, so I dealt with this very early on at the channel, and so that's why I'm so cynical. But people would send me things and then they would be like, "Hey, Lady Freedom, look at this and da da da," and I'm like, okay, and then I would ask them more questions about it, and come to find out they were just trolling me to see if I was gonna run with it. Um,
Crazy.
because they didn't like me, but people play like they do like you, and so that's what's so crazy and confusing about that is that so you don't really know what to believe. Um and it's not that I
Yeah.
don't like these people or I don't trust them specifically. Oh, is that a woman?
He is some kind of freak, honestly. Weirdo. I'm telling you, he's claiming to be Adam Walsh. It's like, really? She
Oh
f-
no.
she believes it. And here's a interview. Here goes Adam's interview. Imposter? No, she left it up. I guess I thought she took it down because I was like, stop. I couldn't find it after a while. I was like, stop doing this. And she's like, you see my ass on there saying that.
Oh my
So crazy.
gosh. Now, right off the bat, and maybe it's because I'm an artist and I've tried. I'm not good at portraits, but I've tried to draw people, right? And I
Comments are turned
also
off. Ha! Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
oh shit. um, but I could tell right off the bat that these two noses are not the same. Look at the way this person's dips down right
Yeah,
here,
even though he's
and then
younger,
look at the
it's
way his
still.
is rounder.
Yeah, his nose is pointed down and the one's up. It's just not the same person. Hello. You
Look
know
at
what
the
it is.
eyebrows. Look at the
Unless you got
eyebrows are
facial
different.
reconstructive surgery and you're not crazy at all, then you must be him. And are
What?
the comments turned off? Oh, they're not on this one.
You're going back and look at your comments to see if your comments stuck on there.
Yeah, I wonder if it
Wow.
is.
That is so interesting. So did this person like reach out here? We'll play it really quick because it's quick. It's a quickie.
Yeah, I don't see my comment on there anywhere.
Was it truly Adam Walsh's head found 6 weeks after 6-year-old Adam Walsh
Oh
was
hell nah.
kidnapped from a Sears in Florida in 1981? People are bringing up questions. Questions indeed, especially this person who claims to be Adam.
Dumbass. Swear to
Was it
God.
Gee
Adam's head
willikers.
found in that canal in Florida?
Was it really
Was it a
him? Or was it
presumptive
this guy?
identification, not a
Jeez.
definitive identification? Indeed, as I dug into it more since our last episode, I started digging into how the head was identified as Adam Walsh's. And some very interesting things came up. It was indeed dental records because there was not
Oh my
DNA
God.
testing at the time. But this individual said once he was taken by Otis Toole from the Sears, they took him to the dentist and had his tooth pulled. Now, the dental records is how
would
they were
prove
matched, but
everything.
also we had wondered, would it
Yeah,
have been,
dental records are
was there a
everything.
visual identity? And yes, there was, but it was not from the family members. It was not from the Walshes. It was not from any family members.
Mouth is
It was
too
from a
small already.
family friend who, although the head was not in a decomposed state when found, a family friend who was not sure if it was Adam, so asked the medical examiner to open the mouth and identified Adam through
I don't see that mole.
the front teeth, because in this very famous picture,
Yeah.
as you know, with the baseball cap on, it was taken shortly before he went missing, and he had 2 missing front teeth. And so the person had them open the mouth. But now, here's a little twist. Not only that, in 2008, when the records went public, the police records went public, and a journalist was able to look at the crime scene photos. Macabre, right? But someone's got to do it. Look at those crime scene photos that the head, the person whose head that belonged to, the front tooth was grown in some.
What?
Okay, and there's also discrepancy as to how much that front tooth was grown in. Some say all the way, little bit in, halfway in. So in 2 weeks, could a tooth grow almost all the way in? There's a question, right? Also, the dental records, the medical examiner reports, missing, not present. And that was based on the identification of Adam Walsh.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Okay, there's wackadoos out there that just go along and they insert themselves into cases like this. Jean Benet had a person that did that. Sebastian's had several. And so the fact that this is all public knowledge and then this person takes advantage of that, you know?
Yeah, it's so stupid.
I can't with this, but I'm glad you sent it over because this is a prime example. Holy hell in a handbasket.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
That's,
Wow.
that's where I started going, this, okay, I can't rely on this anymore. Oh, who's that? Freaking
No, and I
scary
back to
ass
this.
pervert in the right.
Well, and I mean, I think Jay's got a great voice for, you know, the show and everything like that. And I've been on a panel with her and everything. I don't know what happened there. You know, but the one thing that I noticed was the Brandon Carter thing, because what I did was I saw her thumbnail and I thought, holy shit, did I put the wrong guy up? This poor guy, you know, I got the wrong guy maybe. And so I did a quick Google search and it pulls up the Brandon Carter that I knew to be Brandon Carter. And I'm like, oh no, she has it wrong, you know? And so I'm like, well, that's good, you know, because then I have to tell everybody I'm sorry, you know, which is fine. I mean, hey, we all get it wrong sometimes, but wow. I'm like, you got me a little speechless.
really Adam Walsh? Is he still alive? Then she did the interview, though. Whenever you watch that, you're going to go, yeah, this guy's out of his mind. He's making up excuses why he doesn't have teeth and that they have pulled his tooth and he took a piss test or something and all this other dumb shit. He's just full of crap, and he's just obviously a bored weirdo behind his computer all day. Looks like a pedo. It's probably why he's obsessed with Adam Walsh. You know what I mean? Probably just obsessed with him, wants to be him. It's like Stan and Eminem, you know? He's just so obsessed with him, he wants to be him.
Ew, I have had people be like that with me on here too, and it's weird as hell. It is the most creepy thing. I'm like, I don't get it, you know? I mean,
so
sure,
if I shave my face tomorrow and I put on a wig and I try to look like you, that won't creep you out at all? I hope not. I hope that's normal. I hope that never creeps you out.
I am Lady Freedom.
I start taking hormones to grow boobies. I am Lady Freedom, and this is the wrong narrative. And the real Lady Freedom's lying to you. I'm the lady.
Oh my god!
Do my nails. I can definitely do Queef B easily because she's got masculine facial features, and she's ugly as hell. So all I got to do is just add a bunch of wrinkles to my face and pull my hair back. Yeah, bitch. Yeah, bitch. Yeah, what, bitch? Yeah, bitch. Fucking pierce my.
You have that down pat, by the way. I don't know how you sound like her when she gets mad, and I think that's so funny. That is the funniest shit. That is too funny.
Stupid.
It's not.
It's awesome. You made me snort like the pig fest. You made me snort like the pig fest. Snort like the pig fest.
Oh, you know what's funny is that
oink oink.
Jay got that wrong too with the pig fest because there's actually one in Lakeland, Florida.
Dumbass! What the hell?
Yes, and then we found out that you guys are y'all. No, just kidding.
But what if he went down there?
Yuns.
No, what if he did go down there, and that's why he wasn't in Hendersonville? So I heard he wasn't in Hendersonville at all. Nobody saw him there.
Oh.
Like, that's what I understand, is nobody saw them there. But so I wonder if they did go in a different one just to get away, like, because they knew people would be on their ass.
Well, and he wore you know what it was, is Chris Proudfoot wore the Pigfest shirt, and then he shared, and then he shared a post on Facebook about Hendersonville Pigfest.
Okay.
But of course they were in Florida. Allegedly they took Faith to Disney, so maybe that's why she made that connection.
Maybe that's why they came back late, right? Like, where the fuck? Like, Nina's like, where the hell's my child at? Two weeks late. And it's like, oh, well, we went to the Pigfest and Disney. No, what the hell? You can't do that. No, allegedly.
So crazy, so that way she looks nuts. You know, it's crazy making behavior.
Yeah.
In my opinion. Poor Nina, you know, because, I mean, that would trigger me too, you know, and you just don't know what you're going to do when you have the fight or flight response. And they even say freeze and appease is also...
I fight.
I fight too, and that's what scares me.
Yeah.
It's scary because you don't know.
Yeah. I might hit him too hard. Like I said, hit that snaggletooth and make your head spin a 360, dude.
360, dude.
Shove a baseball bat down your motherfucking throat.
Well, and here's the thing. He did pull that bat on Nina, allegedly.
Yeah, so crazy. Then run him off, then chase her down the highway 90, 100 miles an hour. For whatever reason. I had to get away from you, dude. You're following me? Shit.
Yeah, don't even say that's also weird too. Don't even say thank you for looking for a grandson. Like, we appreciate you, even though you're a creepy little guy, JLR, but we do appreciate you, you know, coming out here, you know, all the way from, again, Florida. KJ's True Crime Campfire is here. Hey, girl, I was just talking about you, and we were telling everybody about your mad skills earlier. With your and how you got all kinds of exposure to Sebastian's case in different languages. I appreciate you being here. She says, all I can, or all I bet, or hello everybody, and Libra and Lady. I bet that AI could do facial recognition. Um,
Hell
I bet it
yeah.
could. I bet it could too. I don't know. You mess with AI more than I do. What do you think about that?
And age progression too. Oh yeah, it does for sure. It can, as long as, I mean, facial recognition for like surveillance or what?
I know that's what I was wondering too. Yeah. What do you mean by that, KJ? Is it?
It's used in China. It's pretty wild. I mean,
Oh, they do use
yeah,
it.
it's wild. Yeah, you going across the street, those little cameras are on your. It shows that little square around your face. It's like tracing your face. So if you like
Oh,
jaywalk or something, they'll send you a ticket or whatever they do. It's wild. It's so way over controlled, obviously, but um,
yeah.
yeah, they use like facial recognition technology wherever you go. Like I heard Walmart is using it too, where it,
Oh my God, Walmart is like worse than Texas Roadhouse when it comes to video surveillance, especially in the makeup aisle. Man,
yeah,
they do
and they
watch
don't
us
tell
like
you
little
that, but
hawks over there. They're like, you better not put that in your purse. you know?
yeah,
Oh my God, in Springfield, there was a place because I usually just get the press on nails because they're cheap and whatever. And
yeah,
I I'd have to ring like there's a button and you'd have to push the button. They locked up the nails,
yep,
the
just like
press on.
Walgreens. Yeah,
That's
and if you open the
crazy, right?
thing too long, it's like security. You gotta drop like Target and all that shit too in the hood. Yeah, it's
And
just
you know
certain
what they make
areas
you
they do it
do?
if it's
Like
hot.
it pissed me off because not only did I wait for like 20 minutes just to pick out the nails and I can see them right there and I'm like, oh, I just want to grab them so I can finish my shopping. And so I wait
Yeah,
like 20 minutes for the kid to come over there and open up the deal for me. Well, then he takes them. He's like, he still has them. And I'm like, putting my hand out to grab them. And he's like, oh, I got to take him up to the counter, ma'am. And I'm like, oh, fuck,
yeah.
like,
Walmart and
no,
cologne.
no.
Yeah, it's so crazy. Walmart does that
Yeah,
with
they
cologne
save them
now.
for you. And then I'm like, my ass, I'm going to be in the Walmart time warp and I'm going to forget to pick my nails up. And then I'm going to have to go over there and stand there and press the damn button again. I was like, oh, I'll
Yeah,
never do
really.
this again.
All
Yeah,
because of
I
thieves.
bought them. It's because of thieving. Yeah,
They
yeah.
ruin it for everybody, man.
It's Gypsy Rose's fault, actually. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, my blanket's all screwed up. Went into
She's
bed. I was like, oh, it looks like a ghillie suit. Is that a ghillie suit? Oh no, it's my blanket. Damn.
ridiculous. Oh my God.
It's all
KJ said
dirty and
to
shit.
compare Adam Walsh and the Adam Walsh. To compare Adam Walsh's, that you could use the facial recognition on that one.
Yeah. I guess so.
So
Yeah, that's what they're talking about. Duh. That's what they're talking about. Um, yeah, you could ask ChatGPT and upload and say, "Is this possibly the same person?" Very possible, but the one's 3 years old and one is 39 years old.
yeah.
Give me
The
a bunch of
one used to be a
excuses.
woman, and now
In other words, it'll be like they're not. We can't tell you if it's the same person. We don't want to say yes. We don't want to say no. That's what I'm going to get from them. Their ass. But
oh yeah,
yeah, it's not good enough yet for you to go, hey, I really need you to analyze it. Maybe another program does, but yeah, like the mole though. The kid was not wearing makeup more than likely in the pictures, but the older guy was not wearing makeup for sure. And I see a mole on his cheek, and there's no mole on the kid's cheek. That's the number one indication that that's BS. He didn't just grow a mole out of nowhere, unless he's got cancer, I guess. But Adam
true
Walsh is
that.
unalive. He's not alive. Not alive. That's why it was so impactful that dude got on America's Most Wanted and everything else. That was his story. That's what happened to
Yeah,
his son. They knew it was his son. I'm sure they did DNA test on it back then.
they
Maybe,
did
maybe not
dental.
back
They
then.
did the dental
Dental.
records.
That's right. Dental. Yeah,
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 that's
they
what I
pulled
don't
a tooth. That's why
understand.
they. I was like, you're full of crap. You're missing a tooth because you're like a weirdo, eating, going to work. Working at Waffle House and living in a pigsty. And no, they
Working
no,
at Waffle House.
yeah. So
Interesting. Yeah, that's crazy. Well, and it's crazy to me that people in true crime would actually, go for that, because like that's the one big thing about true crime is that um, that's what they've always used to identify people is through dental records. I mean, that's been a practice for a long time. And so, and
Yeah.
I think that the proper forensics were ever done in the home, right? Like no luminol testing, no carpet fibers were taken to see if there was any foreign DNA. They didn't do an audit on the locks for the digital locks. I
Yeah.
want to know if that code had been changed.
Hmm. Good question.
I think the code was changed.
So could get back in?
I mean, I don't know why, but the neighbor was telling Sweetie Pilo that Sebastian wasn't able to get in on Saturday. Was it Saturday? Yeah, Saturday.
Okay. Huh.
He got in fine on Friday, but Saturday he wasn't able to get in.
Yeah, that's interesting. So what did he do? Swing around back or something? Or the side?
He went in through the garage.
Okay, I think I remember hearing that.
Yeah, I guess it was alleged that like Sebastian didn't necessarily like to ride through the garage like with Katie, so she would let him get out and he would go through the front door.
Oh. Huh. Wonder why that is.
I mean, I don't know. I was guessing it was like a sensory issue for him or something,
Could
or
be exhaust. I mean, alone, some people they pull in and that exhaust goes in there any little bit and shut the door. It's like, "Bleh." It's weird. I don't know.
oh,
Or he doesn't like the
true.
garage because he was allegedly made to sleep in that damn garage. So
Man, you
I wonder
read
if
my
that's
mind
part of
because
it.
I thought about that as well, actually, just now too.
Yeah, it's crazy. Just because the incontinence on that side of the family. Um, Never at Seth's house, never was a problem there.
Right.
So,
Well, and I mean, especially if you shame somebody about something like that, it makes it harder for them to do it. And then the five CPS reports. I really think that there was abuse. I think Chris gave Katie an ultimatum. I really do. I think Chris gave Katie an ultimatum and was like, "Hey, it's either him or me." Right? Like he did with the cats.
yeah.
If we're going to give a go at this little lady, I'm going to have to say that you get rid of your cats. I'd have been like, bye.
Yeah.
The roller door was too noisy. Blah, too nosy. I almost said too noisy, said little Miss Sharon. Hey, little Miss Sharon. So that's why he didn't like it, Libra. And, that's not going to change overnight. So, I mean, you
Nope,
know,
not at all. Can't
yeah,
change
thanks,
stuff
little
like
Miss
that.
Sharon. Oh, it looks like Bo said that too. I'm sorry, guys. I missed that. Um, that wasn't mentioned on the Sunday night either about the the garbage being taken out. Hmm. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, yeah. Valley Gal says she doesn't believe it because allegedly Katie didn't always park in the garage. That was just something that she did. Yeah, and I think there's been so many false stories, so many things out there that were put out by law enforcement, like oh, basically saying, oh, the family's very cooperative and all of this stuff. Well, this is not cooperative. If Katie gave you this picture to depict Sebastian that night, I mean, I guess he looks pretty close in age, so this might have been close, right? But just this whole thing right here is very concerning. This right here, the pointing of the fingers. And then here's the weird look that everybody was
Oh,
talking
look,
about
she's doing the
earlier.
fucking it's sideways, but still, she's doing the fucking knife hand shit like in the
Is that the knife
military.
hand?
Not quite, but it's at an angle. But it's the whole fucking pointing the whole damn hand though. Thumb out. You know
Oh,
what I mean? I think that he learned that from them idiots because he's like, you know how what you call the. First of all, he puts his hands, his fists on his side, and he stomps his feet or stomps his foot. You know, talking about tantrums, and I think a lot of that was more caught than taught. More things are caught than taught. Okay, Chris Proudfoot, fucking
boom.
fool.
No,
I
I
know
agree with you
exactly where he got it
100%.
from. If he's doing that, it's monkey see, monkey do a lot of times, and he's gonna just think that's what I'm gonna do if I'm gonna throw a fit. Then because you yell at me, I'm gonna yell at you, and I'm sure they butt heads like crazy. Him and CP, because
Yes.
I can see that completely. Because they would. He's just gonna figure this is how I deal with things. I'm gonna yell and scream at people, and that's what CP taught him unintentionally, because that's all that CP does apparently. So as a stepfather, you grow up and they're going to be around enough that you're going to probably be kind of act like them because that's all you understand, that this is how I deal with things. Oh shit, not good.
No, I understand that, and I agree. I mean, I agree because it is. It's just like what kids are going to be modeling the behaviors of their parents, and or whoever is being, whoever the caregiver is, and then also like if they're siblings, a lot of times they'll mirror their older siblings if they're younger. I always think it's so cute. When you have the older kids, but then the littlest one, they're like the smartest and they're like the sassiest, and it's because they like learned everything from the older ones, and they're just like so darn cute. um and of
Yeah.
course, I was the oldest, so um you know I was, I guess, the one setting the example. But yeah, like the littlest ones are always the ones that are so smart because they usually will, start talking younger, and because they're listening to all, and they're mirroring the older kids.
Now, what if somebody threatened to or just did it, went and kidnapped him from, and not Seth. I'm just talking about somebody that knows about all these CPS reports and crap, or CPS themselves
Hmm.
came and took him away, and they don't want anybody to know that. That's why they're kind of like, quit blaming us. Oh. What if somebody was trying to protect Sebastian and took him away, but didn't tell Seth either, because they want Chris and Katie to look like they did something too. And it's one of those real hard situations. You see what I'm saying? Has to be the right
Hmm.
timing on stuff. But what if that happened and they know who it is? And then there was a supposed alleged ransom call where they were like, or letter. They said, I think it was a letter. I can unalive your son. I have the right to unalive your son, right? It's like, what? You got to take that serious. And guess who didn't? Snuggle Struggle, Brandon Carter. Nobody took it serious. I would be
Right.
looking right into that shit. I'd be looking right into that shit.
Oh, just to make sure. I agree.
Yeah. I mean, that's a weird threat to be making, like ransom type shit. You never know nowadays. It's so easy to hide your phone number and ask for ransom, but you know, you got to still take that serious and be like, what's going on here? So, yeah, that's a theory I kind of thought of too is what if Chris and Katie do know what happened, but it wasn't them directly. It was because somebody took them away, and it wasn't Seth. And he took him away and decided to take care of him or put him in a school or something or something. And they
Yeah.
had bad blood, or they owed this person money. They're into some kind of nasty drug stuff. I know that, allegedly.
Well, and that's a good point. Or excuse me, Lover Girl says, if that had happened, I think Chris and Katie would act like they care about finding Sebastian, like as if they really don't know where he is. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
they
That's true. I mean, their
they
behaviors are
might, but
so off.
they're irritated with him before he left. They were trying to get rid of him anyway.
Yeah, they
So
were.
they'd probably just be like, "Yeah, what a relief, but there's no evidence we did this, so we're not going to get in trouble. But whoever did this." hates us and is trying to get us in trouble. I don't know. Just my train of thought. It's like they would have just looked at it like, oh, thanks for saving me a lot of trouble, because they always looked at him as a burden, which is sad. As my opinion, they looked at him as a burden because they kept pushing Seth and get him into this school, that school, Bludget Blow, I call it. Bledsoe University, or Bledsoe, not university, whatever.
The youth academy, but
Youth Academy, thank
it
you.
sounds like it is like a little university, little academy, little,
I know, right?
like you know what it reminds me of is like a boarding school. They want it to sound like a boarding school, but really what it is it's a shithole with barbed wire fencing. You know, like
yeah,
no.
really.
But no, I think you're right about that, and I think about it often because the only way that they can get um, the referral is through CPS, and CPS was heavily involved with that family. So how else would they put him in Bledsoe? And Seth was like, "No, I don't want him to go there." And what if Chris and Katie got another visit from CPS, which they did, the fifth and final visit, and they said either you put him here, or but then it's just so hard to believe that they would just continue on and not tell anybody either. So, but actually with
Yeah.
with DCS, it's easier to believe than well because they know what's best, right? And they've done a lot of shit that they think is okay, like letting the kids sleep in the floor, and then they're like, no, they're not sleeping in the floor. They're not doing,
Right.
they're not. Yeah. I don't know.
Exactly.
That just sticks with me. And even though it seems like I'm conspiracy driven over here saying that, but then again, I just don't know. Hmm. So there's a bunch of gaps in the timeline. So, like for instance, we have about a what is it, 12-hour period where we don't know what the hell happened at all.
Hmm.
And Robini says, well, since Ellie didn't acknowledge it, they may have thought that they didn't need to address it. Um, hmm, that's interesting too. Valley Gal says, I wonder if he was rehomed through CPS. Uh, too many national reporters backed off at the same time. Ooh, a lot of YouTubers did that as well. Valley Gal. Hmm. Yeah. See that? Oh gosh, I don't know. That is really really bothering me about that, just because I mean they gave the referral, and I'm guessing that was around the third or fourth time that they visited. So yeah, I can see what you guys are saying too, and the thought process behind that, as in, like, what if they just did whatever the hell they wanted to anyway, and they didn't want to get in trouble with the police, so they're not going to say anything. They're covering their own asses, right? So that makes a lot of sense. Um, and again, with this timeline, I think the biggest thing for me is that they were supposed to go bowling, they didn't. Sebastian would have, in my opinion, been upset if he wasn't allowed to go bowling and he had his heart set on that. So I think that, that is something to think about too, you know. And again, with this big time frame where we have no knowledge of what happened, Chris and Katie's story only, a rehearsed version of the story, in my opinion. It's like, I don't know, it just all kind of adds up. Um, and then another mistake that they made was that the phones were, quote, too clean. And I know Chris was bragging about that, and he's like, well, the phones were clean. We even, when we say we lock it down, we lock it down, right? But then I wonder about the burner phones and if they had any burner phones. But I think that, and we talked about this many times here, but if there's no evidence or a lack of evidence, that in and of itself is evidence, because that means somebody covered their tracks, in my opinion, or cleaned up. And we just don't know what the state of the house was like. No luminol testing done. No warrant was issued for that. And here's the thing, there should have been a warrant and forensics done on the house, inside the house, right? And if they didn't do that, then they failed the investigation. I know they took their phones early on. I know that they, downloaded them. I think it's Cellbrite or something like that they call that. Don't quote me, but either way, it's a way of retrieving and exporting information, downloading that phone, in order for them to sift through all of the data, right? We also learned that they may have done some geofencing in the area, which would require stingray technology, right? And instead of the data going to the cell tower, it pulls it from the cell tower straight to the stingray so they can analyze that. And apparently, some of that was done, allegedly. And Valley Gal, oh, sorry, I meant to keep that up on the stage. Valley Gal says, I would guess if it was through DCS, the sheriff's office cannot speak on it. Very interesting. Yeah, yeah, I agree with that too. Um, I think you're right. I think they would have knowledge of it. I guess that's something that we need to revisit too. If DCS, let me take a look here. Could DCS, or let's see, is DCS info, sorry, I'm trying to think of how I should put this. DCS reports, are they available to law enforcement? We'll just say. In Tennessee. Okay, so it says you can report it. I'll say, I don't know how to ask Google this. But I mean, everybody's a mandated reporter there. I mean, I would think that they would have those right off the bat, is the thing. And that's where it kind of stops me with that theory, right? Because it's like, okay, what about this? Lover Girl says, I speculate that search warrant may be due to something they saw on the Texas Roadhouse footage. Maybe she had a burner phone, or they saw something going on with the electronics and did a raid after they reviewed it. Oh, okay, Lover Girl. I think that would make some sense, to me, for that to have happened, right? I do think there were burner phones. I don't know about if Katie was using one at the table. It does appear like she may have been. We've never been able to see the photo of Sebastian that was taken. You would think that would have been the one that she would have given law enforcement. I mean, it's a picture like this where it's like, it's even closer than this because they're sitting across the table from each other. If I'm having dinner with somebody and they're sitting across the table with me and I take a picture, it's going to be a really good picture, quality wise, because they're so close. And Little Miss Sharon says burner phones apparently can still be tracked by towers. I heard in another investigation. So they absolutely can be. That you're absolutely right, little Miss Sharon. They can be. Um, if they do, if they retrieve that information, they can look back, but they would have to have the numbers. They would have to have the indication of it. But like, say I bought a burner phone and I just used it for, the say I put $20 on it and I used it for as long as I could till that $20 ran out. I could literally, get a totally different, because I mean we did do a live on this too. I could get a different area code for the number, and a whole number that, like, say I'm in Tennessee, I can get one for like Texas, for example. And because they'll ask you, like, you have to do it when you set it up, and of course you pay cash for it and you throw that receipt away, or you tell the clerk to keep it, so you don't have to mess with it, because a lot of times these idiots will have receipts for stuff, and that's how they're found out. um but I think they would have to have the burner phone. But I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, if you saw something different in another investigation. Because, that's why I always am watching other true crime shows and stuff. Because, again, like I watched one where this guy had taken his girlfriend's life, and there was a receipt that fell out of his truck that was left at the scene, and that's how he was connected to it. But it's just these little mistakes, right? These little crumbs. As Lieber was saying earlier, I think I just realized, I think we lost him. So good night, Lieber. I bet you he got tired and he didn't want to interrupt me. But that's why I like watching these, because it's like it could be a cigarette butt, right? Like, a lot of these people get caught by cigarette butts that are left at the scene. Our lip prints are very, very distinctive. Everybody has different ones, and also saliva. So, but like a chip bag, right? Like, say that somebody did, something fell out of their vehicle, right, or something like that. But when you see the debris and everything, it's hard to know in a situation like this, because what are you going to do? Collect a bunch of trash and send it away for testing? That's never going to happen, especially in Sumner County. They're too lazy, in my opinion. That would be too much work, but also it's costly, right? It's not cheap to send the stuff off to the lab. But I mean, when you have a crime scene, then of course now you have a radius where you can grab up little bits like that, right? And that could be tied back to whoever committed the crime. um TJ's True Crime Campfire says, so any parent not wanting to admit their child were removed by DCS can file a missing child's report and not have hoax charges until the child is returned to them. I mean, I don't think that they could get away with that, KJ. No. And I actually shared something out. I believe it was one of the, I don't want to say who it was because I can't remember off the top of my head. Um, but it was one of the missing organizations that helps with awareness. And after Chris Proudfoot was making that, public, that Sebastian could just come home when he's 18 and nobody would, and all of their cronies were like, yeah, they won't get in trouble if he's 18 and blah, blah, blah. They came out with like a flyer that talked about what happens to parents that false report. And, if they have been hiding him or knows who has taken him and hid him for this long, they're absolutely going to be held accountable. No doubt about it. And not only that, they're also going to get in trouble for what they did to him. I mean, there's documented cases of abuse. There's 5 CPS reports. There's pages and pages of therapy notes. So, they're I mean, that's the thing that sucks about free speech, is that misinformation can be put out there, but everybody's entitled to say whatever they want. um Valley Gal says, KJ's, in my opinion, no. No, however, I just speculate because Tennessee is so slow regarding DCS, maybe because of the laws. If the parents finally came clean after days, the sheriff's office hands are tied. I mean, I think if they would have done it early on, Valley Gal, it would have been like, oh, no harm, no foul, right? Because it wouldn't have gone on this long. But the fact that they've drawn this out and really gotten everybody involved in all of this, and I just can't see the police thinking that that's okay after they've had to, so much flack, had to deal with so much flack. I just don't see that, oh, here's the weird mannequins. um so eyewitnesses saw Crispy's mom at Worsham's. We did talk about this earlier a bit, so that's great. We kind of covered this part, but it doesn't matter, right? And I'm being sarcastic, obviously, on this one. I'm like, it doesn't matter, right? That sucks because they should absolutely have checked into that, not days later, not a week later. But that's the problem, guys. This is the problem with the situation, is that this Sheriff Snuggle Struggle over here, he was doing investigation one step at a time. You don't do that. You do these things simultaneously, right? You go out there and you use the resources that you have, and you need to be investigating from day one, not operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, because when you do that, you look like a prickly cactus pee-pee that this looks like, right? And they underestimated Seth big time, in my opinion. They underestimated him big time. And they underestimated, how we would react, right? How the public would react, how many people would look at Sebastian and think his smile is beautiful and not goofy, and that's sad. Good night, Robini. That's so funny. Aw. I know, guys. I'm surprised I'm still going strong as I am, because I'm running on fumes myself. 2 lives is a lot for a day. It really is, but I've enjoyed it. And of course I wanted to get back to Sebastian, but I did want to cover some other stuff during the day. And I missed my day crew too. So Chris's sister said they were searching since 6:30 a.m., but Sebastian wasn't reported missing until 6:38, right? And that is per the audio from the dispatch, or it might have been from, oh gosh, what is that thing called? Scanners. There we go. So the scanner audio, so either dispatch audio, scanner audio, whatever we want to call it, that's what time stuff started popping off, was about 6:38 a.m. But there was that Facebook post that stated by Melissa, and we talked about this again earlier, that they had been searching since 6:30 on February 26th, which was obviously a little suspicious, because Seth didn't even know his son was missing at that point. And he should have. So also, Katie and Chris didn't call 911, and that was a big mistake in my opinion. And the reason I think that this was a big mistake was because it, again, looks very suspicious. So their behavior and what they're doing here to pull off this quote unquote perfect crime, there is no perfect crime, but they're trying to achieve it. And in doing that, they've made so many mistakes. And, in law enforcement has too. But Chris and Katie, even in executing this, let's just think about it this way. I asked Lieber earlier, do you think that it was premeditated, or do you think that somebody snapped and I didn't add in an accident? But he says, well, I think it's an accident. Okay. It very well could have been. It very well could have been a snap decision, could have been an accident, or in my opinion, I think it's premeditated. But let's just say that it was an accident. So something happens. Sebastian's not in the greatest mood, right? He's not in a good mood because he couldn't go bowling and he had his heart set on bowling. So Katie's like, don't do this out in public, blah, blah, blah. She's giving him the 1, 2, 3 at the restaurant. You better behave. We better not do this, da, 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 da. Or, hey, I didn't like how you acted earlier. You're in trouble. You're going to be in trouble when we get home. We're going to stop and get something to eat, but it's straight to bed for you, sir. You know, something like that, right? So then they get home and Sebastian doesn't want to go to bed early and he's upset. And he was holding it in, right? All day until they get home and he has a big meltdown, and then Katie does something and hurts Sebastian. He has a pocket of fluid on his brain. So in my opinion, that could be something that could be accidental if things went too far in the house, right? But let's just say that happened. Well, then they're scrambling, and that would cause a lot of mistakes now, wouldn't it? It would cause mistakes because you're not prepared for what's happened, right? It was an accident. The same thing goes for if Katie snapped, right? You're going to be scrambling. You're going to make a lot of mistakes because you're like, oh my God, shit, shit, shit. You're panicking. Oh my God, I can't believe I hurt him like this. I killed him, right? Blah, 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 right? Just say hypothetically, because in those circumstances, that's what we're looking at, I would think, right? So there's going to be a lot of mistakes made again. But then also, if it was premeditated, they're being so careful not to make a mistake that they make a bunch of mistakes. So I do think that those are the top 3 scenarios in what could have happened here. The reason I think it was premeditated is because I think that there's a strong possibility that Sebastian could have been, you know, like we were talking about with the CPS, right? So that's premeditated. And also if they sent him away to a different school that doesn't have anything to do with CPS, also premeditated. Or say they sent him, which Lieber was talking about that, also speculating on that, if they put him somewhere or gave him to someone, or someone said, I'll take him, you know, because they were desperately looking for somewhere to put Sebastian. You know, so there's all these scenarios that would cause things to kind of go south. Like Chris Proudfoot says, like, oh, what if this goes south? Well, you know, it already has, because you guys done fucked up with the shoes. What do you mean go south? What are you going to do when it goes south? That's what I want to know. My question to Chris Proudfoot is, what are you going to do when it goes south? Katie, that one goes for you too. Because it's going to go south. Shit's going to hit the fan. It's going to go north and hit the fan. If it goes north, it's going to hit the fan. So, I mean, it's up to you guys. You guys have been living this farce for how long? It's only a matter of time until you guys are going to get found out. So you can laugh it up and you can think it's so cute in these little interviews that you guys like to do with Pollyanna Thompson. But at the end of the day, it ain't going to be all shits and giggles, is it? It's not going to be shits and giggles. You got the shit will hit the fan. The truth always comes out, right? And finding the truth in the lies is what we need to be doing right now in order to help find Sebastian, in my opinion. And that goes for all of us. I would invite other YouTubers to start exploring that. I think it's a great topic for our war room discussion, which I am going to get that out too. It's just been just crazy busy, and I do apologize for that. But I do want to get that out to the war room conversation as well, so we can start discussing that in there and really getting to the bottom of this, because we need to find the truth in their lies. And I think that is going to get us closer to what really happened here. Because at this point, nobody knows. I mean, look at us. We got 3 options here, I think, that are very strong that we can work with. And I appreciate the fact that Libra brought up the accident, because it very well could have been an accident. Not everything's malicious, right? Not everything's pre-planned or premeditated, as Lady Freedom thinks it is. You know, I mean, that's what I'm thinking. I've always thought that, though. I really have. I've always thought that, and it's not that I don't want to open up my mind to other possibilities. I mean, but I do think that it's a strong possibility that it was an accident. With the medication and ODing on the medication, to me, it's not an accident. Now, if you're a new parent and you have a little baby and you didn't realize that you could only give them so much in those little droppers, and maybe you overdose on accident, that's one thing. But a mom that's been a mom for 15 years and she knows what kind of medicines he takes and how many to give him. If she overdosed him, that was intentional, in my opinion. That's not accidental at that point, because she knows, and it says right on the bottle how many to take and how often to take them. So she has that, and that's what you follow. So if you gave him one more pill and he passed away because of the effects of it, that's on you, sister. That is on you. And that again is, there may not have been malicious intent, but then I don't know, how could it not be, though? Maybe if you were like, man, I just need him to get to sleep, he's driving me crazy, and she gives him a little bit of extra and it hurts him, maybe that could be seen as an accident. Sure, okay, well, maybe then. But I don't know. It's hard with the medications being an accident. That one I can't really say. Unless again it was something where she's going, I just want him to go to bed, and she didn't mean to hurt, she didn't mean to have that outcome. The outcome that she was hoping for was that he would go to bed faster, right? Not that he would never wake up. So, just something for us to think about, guys, moving forward, because I know it's very difficult, because here we are 2.5 years later going, right here. Pretty soon it's going to be Christmas. I mean, it's just really frustrating. I wonder what's going to happen when they have to get back on the stand for Betty's lawsuit. Wonder if we'll hear any slippage in the testimony. Lover girl, I am right there with you. That's why I need to figure out when that's all going to happen. I need to keep up on top of that, because I haven't been as much. But I would love to see that. Oh man, because I mean, I just believe that Chris and Katie are horrible liars. I think that they're very guilty, and I think that many of their statements has shown guilt. Like, again, how we were talking about earlier, when he says, don't be mad, but Sebastian's missing. Why would Seth be mad at Chris Proudfoot when Chris Proudfoot is in Memphis working and Sebastian ran away on his own? Why would Seth blame Chris Proudfoot? Right? Because he's a good stepdad, and Chris and Katie are good parents, and she's a good mom. If Sebastian left on his own accord and ran away, that's on Sebastian. That's not necessarily on Chris and Katie. Why would Seth be mad at them? But in my opinion, him saying that is an admission of guilt. It's like he didn't know how to tell him. And Katie's such a coward, she never talks for herself. She just over there, ooh, little weirdo, No. Mm-mm. And Chris didn't want to have to be the one to tell. But he had to be, because she's a coward, man, straight up. I don't see how that girl made it through the military. I really don't. I think they put a special marker in for her or something, because I don't see how she ever made it through the military. She is one of the biggest cowards I have ever seen, and especially as a mother whose son is missing and she don't want to come out and say anything. No way. I think the transcripts will be public record. Yes, Lover Girl. I think we could be able to do a FOIA on that. Yeah, I do. And I think Betty will, keep us updated as well, like afterwards, and let us know what happened. But yeah, I do. But one thing that I found that was interesting about the records that Plunder got, even the ones that we just listened to from the court, not the transcripts, but the audio. I thought it was interesting because, everybody's recollection was different, but that was the truth, Right. What we heard go down was exactly what went down. So everybody has, a different perspective. And of course, when you're in that situation, it's nerve wracking, So I think that would be really good to get those and just take a look over them to see if there's anything, useful that can help us get closer. I think that once they did that to Betty, that was one of the goals in mind. And I think it's a smart one. I think that they've bit more off than they can chew, and I think they're shitting themselves right now in Sumner County, and that's why this has all been initiated. We haven't heard a peep about it, right? Nothing has been set up yet, but they have to. They have no choice but to honor this, right? So, but civil depositions and that sort of thing are very good in a case like this where people want to lawyer up and not say anything because it forces them to, in that deposition setting. So, yeah, I think that's really smart, Lover Girl, and I think that would be the best outcome, and that Betty would get justice for what they did to her because they had no right to do what they did to her. You could like her or not, you could agree with what she says or not, right? I don't agree with everything she says, and I know she don't agree with everything I say. That's the cool thing about Betty that people don't understand. I've had conversations with Betty, right? And we'll sit there and talk, and I'll say something, and she'll be like, "Nope, I don't think that's true." Do I get mad at her and hang up? No. And I mean, I'm not saying that we talk every day or we've talked a million times. We haven't. But the few times that we have, we've been real with each other, right? And I mean, that's how things go. That's how adults operate. That's what happens when you sit at the big girl table, right? She has her own opinion and brain, and so do I. But that's and if we butt heads on certain issues, that's going to happen. But I would rather that than have somebody always agree. But oh yes, Lady Freedom. Oh yes, yes, yes. Because then I know you're just bullshitting me. You don't agree with everything I have to say. Come on now, you know that's not true. But no, I don't know. They haven't set one, Lover Girl. They haven't set one up yet. No, ma'am. So they have said so many incriminating things already, Lover Girl. They have. So I think that's really interesting, and how that's going to play out. And I'm sure that Sumner County's not the only one shitting themselves on that one. Janet says, "Don't understand why Chris is so over faith. He did even want Nina to have faith." Well, you know what it is, Janet, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, but the way that I see it is that faith is a pawn. Faith is not a little girl, her own person, to Chris Proudfoot. She's property. She is his property. And that's very sad. Um, because she's a beautiful little girl and she deserves to have the love of her father, genuine love, not just, I'm going to take you from your mom so I can hurt your mom. We see this in many, many cases. And I believe that Adam Montgomery did the same thing to Crystal Sorey. She would call to talk to Harmony and he wouldn't let her talk to her. And when she did, Harmony looked terrified, you know, and I think that is a big part of it. And, I mean, Faith doesn't look like a Proudfoot. Faith looks like her mom's side, you know? So it's just sad all around. But yeah, in my opinion, he doesn't look at her like a person. She's chattel. She's property. You know what that word it means, don't you, Chris? Chattel. Yeah. Not cattle, chattel, which is property. And law enforcement operated off the assumption that Sebastian walked off. So again, that's on not only Chris and Katie for lying to law enforcement, in my opinion, and falsifying the report, but this bunch of numbnuts, right? Look at how many numbnuts are all in a row. Pretty little numbnuts all in a row. Woo, doo, 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 doo. Wow. Let's get wasted on some nice whiskey. Must be nice. Must be nice to celebrate without finding the missing child from your area. Wow. And I think it's funny too because every other missing child from that area has been found, except for Sebastian. You know, I mean, every other story makes sense. This is the one that doesn't. This is the big mystery that's still needs to be solved. And that's on Katie and Chris too for lying to law enforcement. But did they grease their palms? Did they grease anybody's palms by doing that? Did they pay anything off? Did they buy playground equipment? Did they provide them with some booze? I mean, look it doesn't take much, and here, I'm not the one to tell anybody not to drink. I'm not the one to tell anybody that they can't have a good time. I'd be a hypocrite. But I'm here to tell you that I handle my business and then I treat myself. You guys need to handle your business before you guys decide that it's party time, in my opinion. And Eric Craddock, you might tuck that shirt in because it looks sloppy. Okay? Okay. Oh boy. What a world. It's the good old boy control, Valley Gal. It's the good old boy control. Yeah, and I hate that, I mean, and it's not that I hate good old boys. Like I always thought when I heard of you guys might laugh at me for this one. But like when I first heard good old boys society, I was like, "Oh, those are just the good old boys of the town, right?" It's like, I didn't think of corruption right off the bat. So for a while there, I didn't even know what that meant. I mean, for one, I'm from Chicago, so we don't have good old boys, really. We have corruption, but it's a different type, right? It's like mob corruption. It's no different though. It's the same. But I was like, oh, they're just good old country boys, right? And I'm like, oh, salt of the earth, da da da. No, it is highly corrupt. It's like they all stick together. It's who you blow, and who you know whatever, and that is really really sad because here we have a missing child, and it's like nothing's being done. And then Chris is part of that, and they don't mind. The reason that I know that this is true, Valley Gal, is because they don't mind taking the heat for Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot and their fuckery. They're fine with taking it. As a matter of fact, they've stood up for them. Eric Craddock gets all puffed up. His chest gets puffed up. He gets this nasty look on his face. And I'm like, ooh, that's the real one right there. That's the real Eric Craddock. Not the cute, pretty boy, right? Not the boy that you would think, oh, I'd like to bring him home to mom. Because no, you wouldn't. He's as corrupt as they come, in my opinion. And the fact that he's so disrespectful and that his officers are so disrespectful and that everybody's afraid there, the mainstream media coverage in Sebastian's case, that was sad. That was sad that they were there when that all happened and no one did a damn thing. It's sad that nobody will show who the Proudfoots really are. And the only way that we can see that is on YouTube. But it should be plastered across every major news station that has had them on their panel. Like, where you at, Nancy Grace? Where are you at? You let Chris Proudfoot make a fool of you more than once. More than once. And you did nothing. And it's not that I don't like Nancy Grace. It's just that I'm not going to stand for them doing this to Sebastian over and over again. Why should we let them do that to him? He's not here to stick up for himself. He's not here to say, hey, I was hurt by Mr. Proudfoot, Mr. Chrissy. No, he's not here. It's up to us. I don't like that quote or using it in Sebastian's case, but they have a quote, it goes something like, the dead can't talk. So we need to be their voice. Right. I don't think Sebastian's dead though. So, but he's missing and he's not here to talk. So we need to keep pushing for him. We need to keep pushing for him. And Chris McDonough, please, Chris McDonough from the Cold Case Foundation, help Seth find his son. Please put some elbow grease into helping Seth find his son. I'm begging you, because if you don't need him to be cleared, then I don't know what you're waiting for. And you're another one that I like a whole lot. I think your wife is lovely. I think you're one of the most brilliant people that I've watched in true crime. We need your help. Sebastian needs your help. Please. Please. I mean, that's what I thought. My PTSD of just the good old boys. I'm just kidding. That was a terrible one. But yeah, I was thinking Dukes of Hazzard. So I'm like, oh, they're just country. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't think, anything like that. I never thought like anything bad. I'm like, oh, that's cute. And I love country music, by the way. I was teased. You guys have no idea how much, especially my brother would be like, why the hell are you listening to country? Like, you're a loser. No, I'm just kidding. He didn't say that, but he might as well have. He's like, why do you like country? Like, what? And it was because one of my friend's moms would listen to it, and we used to tease her a lot for it. But then all of a sudden, we kind of was getting into it because we're like, oh, this is a good song, or this is a good song. And so, but yeah, and then later on, I told my brother, listen to this song. And he's like, oh, it's like they tell a story. And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, that's why I like it though. And because there's a lot of the songs that do that. Right. And so, yeah, I was like, good old boys. Well, what's wrong with that? I don't get it. And then I was informed, and then I'm like, oh, so it's kind of like Chicago, but in the country. Right. So I think Chris McDonough could be a game changer if he would seriously investigate this case. Yes, thank you, Lover Girl. Thank you. He seems like the man for this job. Yes. Look at what he did for Summer's case. I mean, I know that she still hasn't been found, but he got a lot of information. I mean, shit, Candace took him to the water hole. Candace says, oh, come on under the cabinet to the dungeon. Let me show you around. I mean, he has a knack for investigating and interviewing. He is absolutely intuitive, and we need him. We needed him a year ago, but we'll take him now. Seth doesn't need to be cleared for that to happen. To the best of my knowledge, I've done some research on it. So please help. And that's when I did the research on it, I went into his comments, and I think he was at CrimeCon when that happened. And I said, could you please help with Sebastian's case? I'm sure he gets that all the time. I'm nobody special. I'm just asking. I'm asking for a friend. I'm asking for Sebastian. But we can't, none of us need to be getting up here and acting like we're never going to stop, Oh, well, I'll never stop. Well, then keep going. When people say that, sometimes I think, are they just saying that, because so many people that said, I'm never going to stop, have stopped, so if you're offering, to help, and I know he's talked to Seth, let's get the Cold Case Foundation in here. I think it's time. I think it's been long enough, and maybe they have stipulations on that. I'm not sure. I didn't look up specifically what their deal is. I was asking, can families, can a family member that hasn't been cleared by law enforcement get resources to help find their loved one, is what I was looking at. And I found out that it's up to their discretion. Now, do they have time limits and stuff like that? Yeah, they might. They might be like, okay, we only take cases that are, over 2 years old, or, true cold cases. I don't know how that works, but we could really use them, and if the outcome isn't what we want, at least we tried. I'm just asking people to keep trying. I'm asking people to keep going. I'm asking the professionals to help us. I'm not an expert. None of us are on YouTube, except for the people that like Chris McDonough, right? That started the interview room. He is one of those people. And Pat Brown, Peter Hyatt, somebody like Dr. Romney is great in the health, mental health. She is educated, right? So in my opinion, those are experts. But I'm talking about us regular YouTubers like me, KJ, Kiki, Jen. We're all just regular people that enjoy trying to help find these people and spread awareness. They're the ones that we need to be asking for help. And I'm begging you, Chris McDonough, please. You know? So Chris said he is waiting to finish a case, then he is on Sebastian's case. Really, little Miss Sharon? I haven't heard that. What case? Is it Nancy Guthrie? Oh my. I'm afraid to ask. Look, I don't think that anybody is more important than another person, but to me, Sebastian should be first. I know people aren't going to like to hear that. I get it. People are people. We all deserve it. But in my opinion, why, oh man. Sebastian has been failed so many times. Isn't it time for someone to step up and go to bat for him? Even if they sub out a little bit. I don't know. I didn't know that though. I have not heard that, little Miss Sharon. Um, but can somebody help? I mean, doesn't he have a team? Isn't a What about somebody from the foundation? Can they get the ball rolling? Can we start something? Because gosh, if we wait, I just feel like every day it's ticking away. It's ticking away. It's like I still have the same urgency as I did when I first found out about Sebastian's case. I still feel that urgency. I want them to feel it too. So, what is it? Little whorehouse? Best little whorehouse in Texas. The sheriff explains it. Oh my gosh, I have not seen that, Valley Gal. I feel the Dragon Queen and I met. Quieted by an angel, and I hope I've got a professional to help. Yeah, we need to do that. And I'm so sorry, guys. I haven't been today. I was like trying to go live twice, so I wasn't in the Discord. But I'm gonna get in there. I promise. Um, but yeah, I would love to have your friend on the panel. My PTSD. He did say that on one of his lives. Okay. Well, good. Maybe he heard me. I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. I said it. I said it when he was at CrimeCon. So maybe. Okay, good. I don't get to catch every one of the lives. I wish I could. I know the interview room does a great job. Um, so yeah, Raw Beanie. Thank God to that. Yeah. So you're thinking it might be Summer's case, little Miss Sharon? Hmm. See, that was my understanding. But then I did well, and also people were saying Seth needs to be cleared. So I don't know if again that was rumor, speculation. I'm not sure. So probably the one he's doing his lives on right now. Jean Benet. He's doing Jean Benet. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, with the new sheriff. Yeah, that's a strong possibility. I mean, he's been working Summer's case um from the very beginning because I that's how I know who Chris McDonough is from seeing him um and him going into that little nook in the counter. I call it a counter. He was calling it like also it's an island or a bar. I can see people calling it any of those, but literally goes into there, and it's a very small, tight spot. Yeah, little Miss Sharon. I'm just not so sure about that. Um, I don't know. I hope so. I hope so. And again, it could be me. I'm very cynical. I've been burned. I've been stabbed in the front, the back, the sides. I'm surprised I'm still here. Because because of all of it. So I don't trust many people. It's very difficult for me to trust. So that's why and I don't usually do stuff like that, like where I'll go ask for help from somebody as big as him, but I felt compelled to do so, especially if we don't need to clear Seth, then all the better. Because that was my understanding too, Valley Gal, like that they had to, like that he couldn't do it. Um, Also because of that too, with the invited, he reminds me of the vampires. They can't come unless they're invited. It's like, what the hell? So, um, oh no, no worries, my PTSD. You're fine. No, it's okay. I mean, and it's not a rush, but I would love to have them on the show. Betty seems to think that Summer's case is heating up with the new sheriff. I hope so. I think Justin had done a live on that too, and I didn't go watch it, but I saw something like new sheriff in Summer's case, so I hope so. Um, the other one was corrupt. The son, I mean, the whole 9 yards. It was not good, right? Not the best. Not what we would want to see. So, but I think he still needs to be cleared, Janet. I think. Look, this is my theory on it, Janet. If they cleared Seth, I think that would provoke Chris Proudfoot to have a come apart, and I think that's what's needed. I think the pressure needs to be on Chris and Katie, because it all keeps coming back to them. And speaking of Chris McDonough and Summer's case, when I watched him on Nancy Grace, I could tell where he was going with it. Right? I could tell that he is still setting his sights on the parents as well in that case. Why did Grandis just run away? How come she just poof vanished herself? It shows a lot of guilt. It shows a lot of guilt. So that's where I thought I heard it too, Valley Gal. Well, I watched I haven't watched Josh in a while, and it's nothing to do with anything besides the fact that I'm so damn busy. When I took my last trip, I mean, I've just been still running like mad to catch up. But yeah, that's probably where I saw it, because I watch Josh more frequently than I watch Chris McDonough. I'm sorry, Chris McDonough. But yeah, I want to say that's where I heard it too. So um, Chris McDonough lets little nuggets drop during his lives about Sebastian. I would like to see him do a live on Sebastian. Has he done a live on Sebastian? Maybe he should do a live on Sebastian. That would be nice. I understand it's tough, and especially when you get bigger, you know, um, that you don't want to do the little stuff, right? It's kind of like Jennifer Coppendaffer, right? And I'm not trying to compare the two of them, because I have the utmost respect for Chris McDonough over Jennifer Coppendaffer. Always liked him, never liked her, just to put it very bluntly. But it's like they do it when the cases are hot, right? They're going to do what's going to get them the most views, clicks, money. They're and I mean it's just it is what it is. You know, um, it's just how it is. So, and he's done lives on Sebastian on his channel. I've never watched him. I can't rewatch him if I've never watched him. I've never watched him. So I didn't even know he did any lives on Sebastian. Um, yeah, why did Nancy walk away from Sebastian? And why did she not show the video when Seth was on her show? You know, I mean, again, look, all of the stuff that's happened with all of these people. I mean, I just don't, I just can't trust it. I want to. I wish I could. But I'd be lying to you guys if I said, oh, yeah, they're doing a stellar job because, where is everybody? Um, but I'd like to stay steadfast on Sebastian's case. And like I said, a lot of the times when we're doing these lives, even when we do change to maybe a different topic, or when we cover these other cases, there's always so many patterns in true crime that we can identify, and I think that that's very powerful. And also, it brings in different people, and I get that too. So when you cover a bigger case that's just breaking, right, and then you talk about Sebastian, you're going to get people that are following you that for that case, who might not even know about Sebastian until then. So Valley Gal, I'm not confused by her. I think I know exactly what she did. She she had Seth on the show because she didn't have a following until Sebastian's case, and then she wanted to get in with the they call themselves cool kids. I'm going to call them losers of YouTube, right? And she wanted to please them. It's the same thing with any of these people. And as a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure that Stephen Crabtree actually um, admitted that, and I couldn't believe he did. I mean, that was pretty big of him to admit that um, that he got into caring more about growing his channel than about what's really important, and that's or who's really important, and that's Sebastian. So, you know, that's kind of my take on things with her. She wanted to please other people. Oh, the lights are this, that's the key. Oh my God, I can't believe this, and blah blah blah. And then she turns around, has Mob Crew on, right? And he's the one that did all that work to show us his theory about what happened with the lights and the overlays, and it all makes sense. It all adds up. And yet then she backtracked, what, like a month or two later? Oh, that's not true. It's not, there's nothing to do with the lights, nothing to see here. It's because she didn't want to upset Doug Bishop, because then she had Doug Bishop on the show, and he's one of the ones that, I mean, there's good creators that think that Queen Bee and people like that are the ones to follow. I don't know what they see in them. Hopefully they'll know now. Um, I mean, I just don't even know. I feel like I'm in the twilight zone half the time here. That's all I know for sure, is that it's not it's not normal. They're trying to normalize it. They're trying to act like it's normal, but it's far from it. Lover Girl says Chris had Steve Johnson, a statement analyst, on the interview room to discuss Sebastian's case a long time ago. Oh, okay, so I did do that. No, I know. Okay, so okay, no, okay, you are very right. Thank you, Lover Girl. I did review that here, but that's the only one I've ever seen him do. I'm talking about do lives now. I don't want to rewatch anything. I want you to do it now. I'm asking you for help now. I'm begging you for help now. I'm begging you for help now. I don't I don't know what else to say, but yeah, that was a great live stream. You're right, Lover Girl, and I forgot that I did, but I did go over that. I absolutely did, because I do remember asking my mod manager at that time, "Do you think Chris McDonough would get mad at me if I reviewed him and Steve Johnson?" And I know she was like, "Well, I don't think so. I think he's okay as long as you drop the link and leave the watermark. He'll be okay with it." And I said, "Okay, great," because I want to do that. So yeah, I do remember doing that now, but I don't want to. I don't want it. I mean, I want to know what he's going to do to help now, not what's going on with Nancy. I want to know what he's going to do now because we need him now. 2.5 years. I don't want to see it go any longer. I know you guys don't want to see it go any longer. Um, and I think he could really help. I really think he could help. So yeah, it was a great analysis though. Yeah, Lover Girl. Thank you for the reminder. I can't believe I forgot. Then again, like I said, I'm running ragged, and yeah. Valley Gal says, "OMG, the crab is an idiot," and the like. In my opinion, wow. Thank you. No, I don't do the trash. No, I know. And that's the thing too, that I was talking about earlier today, and went on a tirade, really, but it's long overdue. In my opinion, it's long overdue. I've held it in for quite some time now, and when I hear people are so worried about what's going on with the Krama drama, and they're not worried about Sebastian, I'm rethinking everything, and I'm going, what have I done wrong? What have I attracted? Um, at what point does drama override a missing child's case, right? Because to me, there's no comparison. I mean, yeah, everybody's gonna go over and see what kind of stupid shit they're doing from time to time, but to consume your whole day with it and to leave these kids by the wayside, that's a huge problem. That's a huge problem, and it makes me want to venture out and be like, okay, what kind of algorithm can I place myself in that will bring in and attract people who really care? Because I know you guys care. I know you guys care. It's not about you guys, and I feel bad when I go on those tirades because I know it's not you. Um, and that's another thing. Um, why should you guys have to hear it? Like, I feel like I'm punishing you guys and yelling at you guys. And you guys are like, I didn't do it. You know what I mean? I feel like, one kid in the class is chewing bubble gum, and I'm punishing the whole class for it, or something stupid like that, right? But no, I want to see us get back on track in the true crime community, because I didn't start true crime. I didn't start this channel for this. This is not what I signed up for. When I started this channel, it was like, I want to make a difference. I want to cover these cases. I think that I have a lot to bring to the conversation, and I like to try to dissect and pick things apart and analyze statements. I'm no expert, but it's in my opinion interesting to do that in a group setting, right? Having the chat, having a forum where people can voice their opinions and ideas. And it's just, that's not what we see here. And maybe I did something wrong, and maybe I need to figure out what I did wrong and revamp things, right? Because I never point the finger without pointing it back at myself and reflect on, because I do have self-awareness, and I do know I played a part in this. And again, that's another reason why I don't cover Jack and Lily's case, because I I covered it. I told people that they're missing out there in Nova Scotia. I know the story, but I'm not going to make a mockery out of it because it's doing nothing, you know. Oh, Sammy, thank you so much for gifting. Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm freaking Queen Bee over here. You're dropping 5 on us. Hey, Sammy, thank you for being here. Oh my gosh. Well, that's wonderful. And what is my little graphic? I have a graphic back here for this. Hold on, let's do a party. I'm gonna get you guys a video. Yay, Sammy. Thank you. That's fantastic. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow. Oh my gosh, I am not used to that. I'm about to fall over and have a heart attack. Oh my gosh. And welcome to the Dragon Tribe, guys. Please say thank you to Sammy, Buckeye, Badass got a membership, D Canada. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe. What is true? Susan Elizabeth. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe, guys. Wow, that is so sweet. Oh my goodness. So I'm sorry, Valley Gal. It's just I really ponder this stuff a lot because I didn't start this channel for this. I didn't. I don't care what these people are doing over there. Yeah, it's funny to clown on them. I definitely enjoy that part of it. That's a release. But I'd rather them not even be in the equation, and they probably rather me not be in the equation, let's be honest. So, um, okay, so Little Miss Sharon, any of the other ones would be on Josh's. Okay, so I've seen all those. I think I have. I think I have. Um, but I want him to do it now. I do. And I know that probably seems like I'm asking for a lot, but I just hope that I hope we can get it rolling, cuz it just really bothers me to see Seth the way I saw him, the way when he was on the panel. And I love you, Seth. I'm not saying anything bad about your looks at all. It's just that, you know, it hurts me to see you hurting. It does. It just does. Um so And thank you, Valley Gal. Thank you guys. Thank you, Little Miss Sharon. You guys are awesome. And Sammy, you've been a member for 14 months. Oh my gosh. All right. So I need to do another here. I'm trying to think of what I can do for like other graphics because that other party. Let's see what do we do here. Oh, here's some sparkles. There we go. Aw, that's fantastic. Yay. Yay, yay, yay. That's awesome. Aw, thank you so much. And Sammy says, will be ebbs and flows, but always true to your mission. Yeah, yeah. And that's what it is, Sammy. I think it's just like so disheartening because I see all these crazy goings on and I'm like, I don't want to be like that. I'm not going to do that just to get people. But I love my group of people that are here because I know all of you guys, like every single one of you guys that are subscribed to my channel are important for keeping it going. And then, also there's like 3,500 of us. And I love that because I've not bought any subscribers. I don't buy clicks and views. I don't do any of that. So, I mean, I think that's a huge accomplishment. Um, it's just a lot of hard work and good people like you, Sammy, who've been members forever, Little Miss Sharon, all of you guys. I mean, everybody that's here engaging in the chat, watching. I mean, I really appreciate you guys. So we're just going to keep trucking along. But yeah, I would really like to get more in depth into this and try to figure out what's the truth, what could have happened here. And I do think that we've kind of narrowed it down to about 3 options of what could have happened that night. And I think that, the more we can explore real possibilities or even probabilities, as I guess is a better word, then I think the closer we'll get to finding him. I really do. I really, really do. I think that we will um, be able to figure out something here. Um, so I want to watch. I'll let you guys know too. I'm going to try to watch. I forgot that Libra had sent that over to me too about the schools, the school in Missouri. Because those schools are super secretive, not just the ones in Missouri. I hate to, always bash Missouri, but not just there, because Utah is really big for that too. And, there's many schools right in Tennessee. And the fact that Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot said, we'll hand out flyers in the area. You guys don't need to hand out flyers in our area. Hand them out at other places. It makes me wonder if Sebastian could still be in Tennessee. Sometimes the answer is right under our nose and we just didn't know it, That's right. I mean, bring more dragons to the tribe. That's right. Exactly. Exactly. My PTSD. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Um, I think that it's important. And I need to get those links updated as well for the new members too. Again, I meant to do that yesterday and I totally spaced it out. Um, Because like I said, my storage is out of control. But we'll get it back. Um, so, well, guys, I love you guys all so very, very much. I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate you guys being Sebastian Strong. We got to find him. I don't know. And I'm open to ideas too, you know? So, oh, yeah. Oh, gosh. Well, oh, Sammy, let me tell you, the fact that Lori was there, that's a whole nother level, right? I mean, the fact that she was there and then where did she come from? You know, I mean, it takes time to drive. She didn't teleport her ass there. So I'm like, where did you come from, Lori? Why were you there? And how come you've never done an interview? And how come you're not look, I mean, guys, this is another just really screwy part of this is that we're dealing with people who are in the military and it's no man left behind. What about Sebastian? If we look at Gannon Stauch's case, the whole neighborhood turned blue, and Al's comrades, or however we want to call them, right, his coworkers, his fellow military people, came there. They helped foot search, which is what you would expect, right? I mean, they're military. That's what they do. And they brought pizza. I mean, hell yeah, they brought pizza. That's what I'm talking about. But yeah, they did that because that's what your brothers and sisters in the military do. But we didn't see that. We didn't see that. We saw Chris and Katie hiding from everybody. You know, I'm thinking it is like 4 or 5 hours, Sammy. You're welcome, little Miss Sharon, and thank you so much. Yeah, and that just doesn't work, right? Um, Either she was there or Katie called her after something bad happened. Those are my theories with Lori. Either she was already there, which was said to have been the case, or Katie called her because that's Katie's best friend and said, holy shit, something happened with Sebastian, which would actually make Libra's theory, or, you know, when we're asking, I'm not saying that's his main theory. I'm just saying I asked him the question of an accident being very plausible, right? Because, oh my God, Lori, I hurt Sebastian. I didn't mean to. Oh my God. And then she comes, right? Or she was staying in the area in a camper. But I mean, that would have got her there faster. Hello, Brenda Brown. Good to see you. Hello from Washington State. Good to see ya. So, yeah, I mean, that's just too far. That's too many hours for her to get there before Seth. I mean, Seth, I think, is an hour from Katie. And then, you know, you got traffic traffic in the morning as he's getting off of work. That's when people are commuting in. So he might have a little bit less on that side of the highway. But I mean, you know, logically speaking, there's no way that she would have made it from her house in Illinois to Chris and Katie's before Seth ever. That's out of the question, you know? So that is definitely something, Sammy, to continue to consider. Yeah, because I mean, she's not even acting like a military service member at that point. You know, she's acting like a friend to Katie who will keep her mouth shut at any cost, right? And again, you know, when we talk about the military and their brother and sisterhood that they have, they stick together, you know, as they should, and that loyalty is all well and good until it interferes with a missing child's case, right? And that's when that loyalty needs to go out the window, and Lori needs to put a freaking wire on and get Katie to confess. I mean, in my opinion, that's what I would do. I know that probably sounds horrible and shady and makes me maybe not trustworthy. But if I was Lori and my friend Katie did what she did, right? And this whole situation is exactly the same as Sebastian's in Sebastian's case, right? I would try to get to the bottom of it, because as much as I love my friend and as much as they've been there for me and did everything for me, I don't know how far the relationship goes. I don't know how good of friends they really are. But if they're as good of friends as everybody portrays it to be, or what we're expected to believe it to be, then, I'm sure that was a hard decision. And it would be for me too. It wouldn't be something I would just, willy nilly. But I mean, again, it's kind of like if I was an 86-year-old woman, I would rather that people put their resources into a 15-year-old than me. And at this point, Sebastian's 17, but still, so again, like I said, in Harmony Montgomery's case, if I was Kayla Montgomery, I would have rather taken the beating from Adam than watched Harmony get the beating, right? It would have been over my dead body. I would have jumped into the back seat and covered her with my own body. That's what I would have done. I know that's what I would have done. And the same thing goes for Lori. If Lori is any kind of a good person, she would stick up for Sebastian over Katie, especially if Katie's in the wrong. But, we don't know much about it. Valley Gale says, I'm not sure where I heard it, but was said she was camping nearby, and I did hear that too. Yeah. And her parents lived in the area. I'm not saying it's true, but that was said. I wonder about her having some kind of ties there, because I haven't heard that, but that would make sense too then. With her, with her camping nearby, I've heard that from the beginning. But I wonder if that was something that people were putting out there. Like maybe even Chris and Katie put it out there, but I always found it to be weird though that she didn't go stay with. I mean, I guess if I had the pull behind or the camper or something like that and I drove it there, I would just stay at a campground, but I don't know. I guess I always found that to be odd. I mean, because the camper is always parked in the driveway when Chris is in town, so it's no different if it's not like they didn't have it's not like it was a situation where they didn't have room for Lori to park there, and she could have stayed there, and maybe she did. For a couple nights, and maybe Sunday she left and went over to the campgrounds and decided to stay until the morning. But I mean, that's kind of weird too. And don't her kids have to go to school? I mean, maybe they're homeschooled. I don't know. Or maybe they took a day off of school. I mean, I know, there were some times where my mom had let or we had went on a vacation, and it was going to run over a little bit because we were doing a road trip, and she called the kid, us kids off of school for like 2 days, I think, extra than the break was. So maybe it was something like that where she doesn't mind that, calling him off of school or whatever. Yeah, there's just something weird about Lori. It's always something weird about Lori that nobody can figure out. And again, she's never come out publicly and been like, "Can you help my friend find her son?" She's never done any searches with Katie. If I'm Lori and I'm Katie's friend, I would be out there searching with her. No questions asked. I don't care how hard it is, how dangerous it is, how daunting it is. I would be out there helping. And I'm not even in the military, and I'm very girly. Like, I'm like, oh gosh, but you do what you got to do. I think it was only her ex in service. She was like a CBD lobbyist. Oh, okay, or something. Or did KP was originally friends with her ex-husband? Oh, I see. So she knew Lori from John. John served, and she met Lori that way. Okay. Okay. And I know that one picture that was floating around that was supposedly Lori was not Lori, because Lori's got like darker hair and actually like more olive complected like I am. So, oh, you heard she's a masseuse, Valley Gal? She went poof too. She sure did, little Miss Sharon. I mean, come on. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Like, why do people just vanish when it comes to this? They scattered like cockroaches. Speaking of cockroaches, when you see one, there's a bunch that you don't see. Wow, yeah, and I don't know. That's just wild. That is just wild. All right, guys. Well, thank you all so much for being here. I will see you guys all tomorrow afternoon. I'm going to do another short live. I think we ran a little bit over. Um, but that's always okay. I'm not really worried about it. I just know that it was back to back. I didn't get much to go over today, but I think these topics are important for us to revisit, and especially Lori. Yeah, Sammy, you got it with Lori. Lori is another one that I would really like to, I mean, I don't want to dig into her. I don't think that she had anything to do with it, and God only knows what Katie told her. But why was she there that morning? Moral support? Yeah, probably. But does she know? You know? So she's a masseuse now. Yeah. And I mean, that's not a whole lot of schooling. Like if I decided to become a masseuse, I think it's only a couple of like months or maybe a year of just depending on what kind of certification you're going for. But I don't think it's an extensive thing. I mean, it's kind of like when I did real estate school, it was like 6 weeks, and I had to take the test and then I was licensed. So I think that's kind of how like masseuse is like a certification. Um, yeah. Oh man. What a deal. So, um, and again, what kind of a person is Lori? Is Lori somebody that would keep something like this? Is Lori but see, Lori has a child with special needs. So that's another thing that is kind of curious to me. Because you would think, I know you mamas out there with kids that have special needs and, her on the spectrum, and you guys are like mama bears, and then you're a mama bear for other kids because you understand it more, and I've never worked with parents of kids that have special needs that I was side-eyeing at all, and I side-eye Katie and Chris like crazy. But I always had good experiences with that where, the kids were always well taken care of, and the parents were always concerned about, taking care of them, and how will they be taken care of if I'm not here, and just proactive in that way. And Chris and Katie don't ever show that. Um, so it's just it's just weird. All right, guys. Well, you all have a wonderful rest of your day and have a happy Sunday. And I will see you guys. Actually, tomorrow is Sunday, so we might just do a night court. But if I'm not able to get, yeah, if I'm not able to get that edited, we might just reconvene on like Monday, too, for maybe like a day live or something like that. Because we might have to do a 2-part of Army Vet because it is long, but if I can get it down to like, maybe an hour and a half, that's my goal. So I'll try to do that for you guys. But again, I'm just please, 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 anybody that can help with Sebastian's case, we need everybody that we can get to help. All right, guys. Well, you all have a wonderful Sunday, and I will see you all next time.